That is funny. Oh shit, dude. Boo. It's me. That's good. Alright. Back on my shit. I don't have enough fucking quality fucking modules. I'm trying to think, right? Because with the coal that we do have, trying to think the best way to approach all of this. To start production of our legendary products. God, what the fuck am I gonna do once I make everything in a fucking legendary? What am I gonna do with all the stuff that's non-legendary? Oh, fuck me, dude. And then we have to think about how to make foundries and big mining drills legendary, right? Which means we need to figure out how to force tungsten to become legendary. How do we do that? We just force it, right? You just have to force. Right? It's just force feed it. Just fucking force her, bud. Right? You just fucking force her. I'll see if Melbourne without coffee has like a setup for that. Because I'm curious. Because those are the setups that I'm copying, I'll be honest. For all these, like, dumbass fucking gotcha machines. Then we have to make the calcite gotcha machine. That's not gonna be too hard. That's not gonna be bad. Yeah. Oh, my goodness gracious. So all we have to do is we stick the legendary iron that we're going to be getting. We stick that shit into just furnaces, because we just want to make them to plates. Because with the LDS shuffle, we get steel, copper, and plastic. Once we make a ton of plastic using all of our legendary coal. We're going to need a liquefaction setup for that, so that's not going to be too tough, to be honest. We'll just throw something together. Don't need to come up with anything too crazy. Okay, lovely. We'll start legendarying everything. Okay, space platform. Planet Nalvis. Iron, gotcha. Okay. Coal. Coal liquefaction, uh-huh. send the Void Dragon to get me more cargo bays. Can you get me, like, a whole bunch of these things? Let me just get rid of those. We don't need those anymore. Yeah, give me like 20. We can go back to Novice real quick. Yeah, we got a lot of modules and stuff. Okay, let's start thinking about... So this is for our... Let's just go with like an 8. Right, let's just go like something like this, right? Then do some like plastic productivity research. Probably wouldn't be a bad idea. If I can get these to about 150 productivity, that'd be good. Should be 130 now. Do these next. Now we need liquefaction. We'll just do it on the other side, then pull it over. So we'll do our fluid processing probably around here. Let's also take care of beacons. God, it's so much easier to work on a fucking planet that where nothing fucking constantly is freezing. Don't have to fucking put all these damn heat pipes everywhere. Not that I hate Aquilo. Aquilo is a fine planet. A lot of good stuff on Aquilo. But man, not having to think about fucking having to put heat pipe everywhere just is so nice. So that works. Okay. And this is the wrong plastic. We want legendary plastic. Perfection. 150% should be fine for now. Obviously, if I get better productivity modules, we can get this up higher, right? But that's gonna take some time. I'm trying to think. So it, how much do legendary productivity modules give? If it's 25%, let's say 25%. So this would be 200 plus 80 or 70 plus 70. So I would need additional plastic productivity research to have the max 300% productivity. This should be good enough. We get some residual plastic from, we'll be getting some residual plastic from here anyways, so. Okay, time for the star of the show. Legendary LDS. So the only reason why we have all this shit is just for providing the liquid metals to produce the LDS. Now, I probably have too many, I think, to be honest. But honestly, like, eh. Yeah, eh. I don't think I really care about that all that much. Middle ports. Okay, so that's for our petroleum. And the liquefaction setup that we're going to figure out over here. Gonna have to route some calcite in here. That's fine. Okay, plastic complete. This shit's gonna be way easier to set up. I don't think I have enough rare quality modules, right? Let me go back to Fulgora. How many do I have? $45 plus. Something that can be produced. Don't have any rare fucking blues. Only got a legendary accumulator. Damn, there's a lot, dude. I mean, this will all be made way easier when I have this whole fucking... I mean, this setup is eventually just going to be completely and utterly useless. Alright, we need to take care of this shit first. So space. You should all just be normal. Normal. Rares, because that's what I have at the moment. Beacons. Not much, Boy Meets Mini. What up with you? Boy Meets Mini never shouts himself out because he's cringe. As expected of Boy Meets Miniature. Yes, we're setting up the iron gotcha machines, even though we really don't have necessarily what we need. But the thing is, with iron return on investment, it's so fucking high that it is just so ridiculously easy to set up, just with how high the return on investment in this shit is. It is highly, highly efficient. So eventually we're going to be starting to just absolutely swim in legendary iron. Oh, that I think it's pretty much more or less confirmed that yeah, they're like a Syria op, or not a Syria op, like an Israeli sort of like op or some shit. Although honestly, I think they're just more in it for themselves. Like I don't think they really give much of a shit about anything else besides themselves. Which I mean is fine enough, right? We'll get into Trump's fun little my favorite trip talking with all of my favorite people. We're just gonna get this damn iron gotcha machine going. What's the near that needs to be unlegendaried? It would appear it's mostly just a couple more inserters. And mostly modules. These are way more important. The modules. The best I have right now are rares. Listen, Boy Meets Mini, we love Israel. I know you also love Israel. I love Israel. Everybody loves Israel. We all know how much I love Israel, don't we, folks? find it hilarious that, like, Trump, although he says he, like, loves Israel and all this fucking shit, he's been, like, snubbing Israel, like, every chance he's gotten. It's really funny. Like, he's been constantly fucking over the Israelis. It's really, really funny.
I don't know what you mean, Daho. Like, why are you saying that I'm fucking over Israel? I love Israel. How dare you say that I am no friend to the Israelis? But I love them. They're my favorite little guys.
Yeah, I mean, literally, the only reason why any of the bullshit that's currently happening is happening is because of his idiotic belligerence. Like, Trump has really done nothing in order to remedy any of these problems or situations. He's made things actively worse, so... But, you know, dipshits on TikTok are gonna fucking dipshit.
We love TikTok, don't we, folks? Remember when I didn't ban TikTok? Remember that? Very important that everyone remembers when I didn't ban TikTok. Very important.
Alright, doesn't look like there's really much of anything going on here. Everything seems all Gucci on Aquilo. Nothing to think about or to report here. It's a bit of a mess, but, you know, it's not the worst. Not the worst job I've done here. Put that stuff away that you idiots are holding. Okay, that's taken care of. That could be a little bit of a problem. Right, we need to get you going. And we're gonna do our fucking shit. Okay, you. Boom. There are 3 missing shitters. Where are they? I wish you would tell me where they were. Right, we need to get the Ice 3 to pick me up some fluoroketone. Because you need your... Go forth. Grab what is necessary. Okay, once we get the fluid, we should be fine. Now the question is are you good in terms of your fluid? Yeah, you're good. You are nice and self-sustaining of 100 barrels, so that's fine. Perfect. Just need this to eventually go back and get more fuel when we need more fuel. So in fact... How are we doing in terms of this? We have a ton of fuel that I have produced. Lovely, fantastic, all according to Keikaku. soon we'll have this all operational. Legendary rocket silos increase my crafting speed on these things. I like that. Hey, oh, hardly anything is, Oh, hardly anything is oil powered in this game. There is no oil power. I'm gonna have you quickly drop these off. Void Dragon is here. Yeah, there's no oil power in this game. Starts you out with coal, and then you go to solar. But generally speaking, I would never go with solar. Solar fucking power sucks in this game. It's not worth it for the amount of space investment you need, like ever. So it's best to probably stay with coal and try to get to nuclear as quickly as possible. But for nuclear power, you need Covarex for it to really work. And that takes a bit of time. So you have to slow yourself down a bit. Because that's what I had to do in this game. Because I basically only made like 2 grids. And that's it. I mean, if you get like quality solar panels, it's pretty alright. But otherwise, like, yeah, just solar just fucking sucks. It's just not very good. You'd rather just go to nuclear as soon as you possibly can. But yeah, we process our raw green rock, our green spicy rock, into not as spicy rock and spicier rock. And we have to take your initial 40 pieces of spicy rock and you put them into a process called Covarex enrichment with your dull rocks and your spicy rocks. All you care about is getting these, because you need the spicy rock to make these. You make a shit ton of these. But these are rare. Very rare. Doing it through this process alone, through uranium processing, does not give you enough. You need Covarex. So you want to establish this pretty much as soon as you can. Now, is this build probably the best? Probably not, but it gets the job done, so whatever. Ugh. Fallout 4? What the? You making fucking settlements? What the? What are you? An Israeli? Wait, quick, someone tell Asmongold. Someone tell those fucking Brahmins, right, that actually you're secretly, on the side of Israel, Boy Meets Mini. Secretly, Boy Meets Mini was with Israel all along. I can't believe that Boy Meets Mini was gonna try to genocide the Palestinians. It's kind of fucked up, bro. Disc. Alright, so I should have enough of the things I need. So you drop those off. The vanilla game, you have to build everything yourself. No fast travel in survival mode. It's better to let people build it up for themselves. Oh, you're talking about the sim thing that you're talking about? Yeah. Damn, I can't believe that Boy Meets Mini would exploit other people's labor. Shaking my head. What an inconceivable thing that Boy Meets Mini would do. Okay, so those 41. You know, that's how they justify a lot of wretched things, Boy Meets Mini. You know, they do this voluntarily, guys. Come on, like, it can't be that bad, bros. That's what they all say, Boy Meets Mini. Boy Meets Mini just doesn't want to admit that he's just exploiting people. Oh, what? Would you prefer, like... I'm not gonna say it. No, I'm not gonna say it. What would you prefer, Boy Meets Mini? Man, I wish it wasn't settlements. Then what is it, Boy Meets Mini? You monster. What would you prefer then? I'm still trying to find out where the hell are these like 3 random fucking bulk inserters that are legendaries still. Now, Boy Meets Mini, I wasn't gonna say anything about camps or anything, but I mean, if you want to bring it up like that. Seems kind of messed up, Boy Meets Mini. Why would you do that? Aha! I found them. Perfect. Do you have all of your cargo? Boy Meets Mini being a genocidal fascist. Just like all the Brahmin unks intended in reality. kept faffing about. I can't believe you're a fascist now, Boy Meets Mini. Kind of fucked up, bro. Oh, we're gonna get to you soon enough, dumbs. Grummz. Grummulus, McBlumulus, McSpumulus. Man, yeah, people don't like Grummz. Who would have thought? Kind of crazy, isn't it? But yeah, people don't like that guy. I wonder why they don't like him. Okay, we have everything for this machine to go. We just now need the necessary quality modules, and then we will be good to go. And then we have to also figure out how to get stone, but we can more or less stall out stone for a little bit because of the fact that legendary stone is the thing that we probably need the least. Because legendary stone is for a relatively limited amount of stuff. For legendary calcite, because we can also use legendary calcite for a bunch of other stuff. Oh, probably not a bunch of other stuff. Some other stuff. Alright, give to me what I need. I'm getting some other legendary quality stuff. Back to Novus you go. Oh, it's not gonna get there before the Ice 3, but that's fine. Do I need the swamp to keep going to Vulcanus? How are we doing in terms of artillery shell production on Gleba? Because that's something that we added recently is artillery shell production because we needed to kill the inhabitants who were getting a little close to my base, so we had to murder them. Okay, it's not as big of a deal. Yeah, we're murdering the inhabitants. Yeah, you heard me. This is Factorio. This is not fucking Pimbly Wimbly Nambly Pambly Schmimbly Bimbly. Okay? Yeah, I exterminate a lot of alien species because they keep attacking me. Now, this isn't Star Trek. This is Factorio. We're gonna get more artillery platforms because I'm going to put more artillery on the other side because I don't want the bugs to get too close because they're a pain in the ass and we just want to murder them with big fucking guns. Overkill in terms of artillery? Probably, but I don't really care. Huh? We're out of fuel. Why are we out of fuel? What's going on here? We're out of fucking carbon. I see the problem here. The belts are too full. Son of a bitch. These motherfuckers aren't clearing it out fast enough. Don't worry, these dumbasses will get through eventually. Did too many trips too fast. Some might say that your designs on your spaceship, Staho, are flawed. Shut the fuck up. I made this because it looked cool. Not because it was well made. It looks cool and it got the job done. Yeah, womp womp. Alright, give me my damn carbon now. There, now we're starting to produce some fucking carbon. Go there and become oxidizer. Go forth. No, we're even running a little low on, iron, huh? Where the fuck is the iron? I mean, it's because the fucking shit's just all backed up, that's why. I mean, this'll fix itself eventually, whatever. It's not the most efficient, but it gets the job done. Yes, we need to start emptying out these damned barrels. Knowing that must be done manually, but fuck it. Don't need those fucking barrels anymore. Goodbye. That reminds me, I should also get rid of the barrels that you guys have. I don't need these. I don't care where they go, I don't care what happens to them, they can fuck right off. Again, like I said, this isn't as efficient as it could possibly be. However, it's getting the job done. Drop you off. Go. Now you will see that there's going to be enough in the system, and then you're going to pull them up, right? So it's 66 plus... It's currently 25. I think we have just enough. Available on planet 41. Yeah, we have just enough for our quality modules. Perfect. So then we can start Aryan Gotcha. Meanwhile, the bullets and the ammo will be produced. We just need to wait for all this stuff to take care of itself. Yeah, we just need calcite. We'll flick this bad boy on once it's full of ammo and it's good to go. We can't do shit till we have ammo, because we need to shoot at asteroids. That's why I've just been sitting around for about an hour doing nothing. Not like there's really much of anything to cover, so, you know, it's not gonna be that long. Trump in Saudi Arabia. I know he did like a whole spiel and speech and everything. I'm not watching the whole fucking thing. $600 billion Saudi deal. And lifting Syrian sanctions. Let's look at this Reuters article. A modest amount of things to be talking about today. We love that. Not too much. Alright, we'll get fucking... We'll get advanced oxidized shit eventually. We just gotta wait.
Listen, folks, we're doing a little bit of trolling. Folks, we're just doing a little bit of trolling. We're trolling just a tiny little bit, folks.
Now the thing is that it wants to fill up these things first before it gets the iron over here. So yeah, this is just gonna be doing its thing for a little while. And this shit will eventually sort itself out on its own. Just have to wait a little bit before it goes. Like this one. We also have to wait a little bit before until this thing became fully self-sufficient and just started to go. How many gigawatts of power is this thing make? Or megawatts of power? 401. Jesus. Yeah, because it's only 8. Each one makes 50 fucking megawatts. Man, fusion power is so strong. Very strong. 50 fucking thousand megawatts. You can get away with very, very small power plants. Although, to be honest, because, I mean, this is what you have to use in order to get to the end of the fucking solar system. Because the funny thing about this whole fucking shebang is that it becomes very self-sustaining very quickly. What are we doing in terms of barrels of fluoroketone? We should have plenty. Yeah, we got plenty. Can make some extra. Might as well. We have so much of the stuff. This stuff is relatively cheap. As far as I can tell, I don't know if, like, fluoroketone or fusion generators even make pollution, to be honest. Like, technically speaking, this shit probably doesn't pollute. Did I fucking send the ship back by accident? God damn it. Whatever. Like, nuclear, for example, doesn't make, pollution. Alright, there we go. We're starting to get some thruster fuel now. Which means you're going to start to get some ammo production relatively soon. Because when it comes to these fucking things, it's always just about waiting. Because we gotta make sure all these guns are filled with ammo before we even think about going. Or honestly, we just have to only think about the ones on in the front. The sides don't matter as much. In fact, the sides don't really matter at all. It should be that fixed. Okay, whatever. No more faffing about. All we can do is wait. Now we just have to wait for more calcite to be made. Though honestly, I could just ship myself up a bunch of calcite. Now why don't I just do that? That just makes my life easier. But then I have to fucking, like, distribute. Never mind. The idea sounded good in my head, and then I was just like, fuck, now I have to, then I'd have to fucking route it in. I don't want to do that. That's a pain in the ass. Fuck that. I'm not going to do that. I don't want that. I don't want to think about routing all that shit. Fuck that. Alright. Let's get started. It's time to just engage in some, I suppose, pageantry. A little bit of candy, I guess. Saying that about Asmongold, covering Asmongold stuff just sounds wrong, I'll be honest. Well, he's jealous of Hassan being renowned and celebrated for his work. Says he's a streamer acting like a journalist. Okay, well. What do we got here?
Really interesting.
So this is when Hassan was detained by CBP, right?
Was in the actionable side of things.
Yeah.
They also asked, have you ever interviewed a member of Hamas? Have you ever had a communication or correspondence with a member of Hamas, Hezbollah, or the Houthis?
Which he has not.
Now, what's really fucking insane about that is that as someone who works in media, sometimes I do actually do journalism, right? As I've maintained this position over and over again. And I said that I would.
Journalism is when you tell people that they're like anime characters.
I mean, like, yeah, man, sure. Journalism is the same shit you do, where all you do is you sit on your fucking ass. You're just like, yeah, okay, yeah, that's cool. I'm like trying to think, like, if Asmongold were to do journalism, what would that be like? You know, what would he say? What would he do? I don't know. Probably sit there, durdle about, and just say nothing. Why the hell does he care about that? very often in a lot of like interviews, there's like the more serious questions, and then like by the end of the interview, you just ask like more silly, fun questions. That's how that works. Similar to like a podcast. Okay, like, sure, man. You asked terrorist about Luffy from One Piece. What's up with that? And it's just like, I don't know, man. Like, One Piece. It's like, dude, like, what else do we need to say here? This is fucking stupid. It's silly. It's ridiculous. Like, it's just dumb, dude. Why does this matter? Why does this matter?
Yeah.
Like, bro, literally everything that you do is you just sit there and you're just like, yeah, I agree. I totally agree. Yeah. If we want to talk about lazy content or whatever the fuck that means, you are the king of the laziest of fucking content, my dude. Like, you don't give a shit about any of this. Get the fuck out of here with your complete nonsense, dude.
I don't want to be too particularly mean, but if Hassan was as big of a journalist as he claims he would be, maybe Bernie Sanders would sit down with him for more than 15 minutes.
Hey! Retard! You want to know why Bernie only sat with Hassan for 15 minutes on the most recent interview he had with him? He was on tour doing political rallies and was about to fucking speak at one of those rallies in Arizona. You fucking moron. Like, what the fuck else are you supposed to say about this? This is actually fucking insane, dude. No fucking politician would want to bother spending time with a fucking dirtling moron like fucking Asmongold, because all he would do is just be like, yeah, okay, cool, yeah, whoa, yeah, epic, bro, yeah. And then he would just say like some like 3 IQ troglodyte question that is just like, meaningless, just complete like nonsense for nonsense sake. It would be basically meaningless and no one would care, and then he like the interview would be over. It would be the most boring fucking stupid shit on the planet. But you know, okay, whatever. Yeah, either that or it's like he'll talk about like, so like, you think trans people are like mentally ill, right? And then the Republican politician would be like, yeah, I do think trans people are mentally ill. And that would be the interview. Stupid. It's just dumb. But yeah, like, sure, man. The problem with Hassan's interview is the fact that Bernie Sanders only stayed with him for 15 minutes because he had to go on a fucking goddamn, like, speaking tour during a rally. Like, do people understand just how fucking dumb this is? Idiot. Just stupid. Actually, no, hold on. We're gonna do a debunking. Debunking time. Bernie talking with Hassan Piker, right? Uh-oh. This is from 3 months ago, and this was about 40 minutes. Whoa. I guess Hassan is actually a pretty big relevant journalist, because this was more than 15 minutes. He's such a fucking moron, dude. He's so stupid. When was other times that fucking Hassan talked with Bernie Sanders? Because again, his most recent interview was about 15 minutes. Why? Whoa, it's because Bernie was on tour doing his oligarchy tour. That's why. You fucking stupid moron. You incredibly, incredibly stupid, dense motherfucker. Christ, dude.
Not trying to be mean, but you're a streamer.
Yeah, and you're retarded. You are just incredibly, incredibly fucking dim-witted. One of the stupidest motherfuckers I've ever seen on the fucking planet. Just very, very slow, very dim-witted, very fucking dumb.
Stop trying to act like you're a journalist.
Stop. Okay, then how about this? You're also a streamer. How about you stop doing all the fucking culture war, fucking talking point nonsense and bullshit? How about you stop acting like a fucking journalist? Because you pretend you're a fucking journalist, but for fucking stupid anti-woke gamer shit. Like, fuck out of here, bro. Honestly. He's dumber than the unks on Indian right-wing news. I'm fucking saying it. Honestly, Boy Meets Mini, like, that's not much of an achievement.
Would have given the opportunity to talk to someone that is a part of the Ansar Allah movement, a Houthi, or even Hamas, or even Hezbollah, right?
Nobody would be criticizing that. And you guys remember, I defended him interviewing this guy until I watched it and I saw the entire thing myself. Because
that is also incredibly fucking stupid. Because again, if you know anything about I think it's Ahmed al-Rashad, his last name literally is not al-Houthi. If it was al-Houthi, then he's a Houthi. Like, I think I need people to understand just how incredibly fucking dumb this shit is. This is incredibly, incredibly fucking stupid. His last name isn't al-Houthi, it's al-Rashad. So therefore, why the fuck are we complaining about the fact that he's a Houthi? Like, we're complaining about the contents of the fucking interview. You want to know, like, what they fucking talked about? Besides, like, everyone only remembers about fucking, oh, dude, you're like Luffy from One Piece. That's, like, the only shit that these motherfuckers remember, because that's, like, the same shit all their stupid slop tube fucking content creators that these morons fucking engage with. That's the only thing that they remember is, Houthi, pirate, One Piece, yeah, that means that's, like, the only thing that Hassan talked about. When he also talked about, like, what's it like in Yemen? What's it also like in, like, during the fucking campaign that the Saudi Arabians were conducting? There was actual, like, questions that were being asked. This is really fucking stupid.
Because I agree with this in essence, but not in this practice.
I think that
What the fuck does that even mean? Like, in essence, but not in this practice. That's fucking completely and utterly meaningless. Like, that's just dumb, dude. You have to be a fucking idiot to think like this. Oh, yeah, I totally, like, agree with this in, like, essence. It's just like, what does that mean? I don't know. Like, flick the fucking bean or some shit. I don't think I need to constantly reiterate just how fucking dumb this really is, dude.
I have the right to do so. And what was interesting, you don't do journalism, you grift. I know, Chatter. That's why the fucking federal government is trying to arrest me.
Asmongold, you do not understand what the term grifter means if you are laughing at that fucking message. Do we need to do a definition of what grifting is? A grifter, if we are talking about in the political context, is a person who adopts particular political views in order to be able to make money from them. That is what a grifter is.
Me, yes, because I'm grifting too hard. That's what it is. Thank you. Yes, you're
So the federal government is trying to arrest him because he's doing... Okay, I get it. Yeah.
What the federal government did arrest him. Like, do you know what being detained means, Asmongold? Like, I like quite literally, yes, they did. They detained him. They didn't arrest him. They just detained him. They were thinking of arresting him if he didn't answer his fucking questions. If he didn't answer the questions the way that they wanted to, they would have probably arrested him. He knows nothing, dude. It is just incredible just how mind-numbingly stupid this motherfucker is, dude.
Dumbass
Right.
slop tuber
Yes.
is correct. I'm grifting.
I'm gonna have to say that I don't think that he's grifting. Like,
Okay.
I think he believes what he's saying. I think the entire idea of saying somebody's grifting is stupid. Like, somebody is grifting whenever they believe something and then they do the opposite.
That is not what grifting means. If, like I said before, with the definition I said earlier, in terms of grifting, a grifter is someone of course, in a political context, a grifter is someone who adopts particular political positions for the express purposes of making money. They don't actually believe in those positions. You, Asmongold, are a political grifter because you don't believe in anything. The only reason why you have done the right-wing pivot that you have done is not because you have a fundamental belief in, like, right-wing politics. I don't think you fucking believe in anything, because whenever you talk about particular issues, it's just complete incoherent babble and nonsense. It's incoherence. I don't think Asmongold believes in much of fucking anything. So it is correct to call him a grifter, because he doesn't believe in shit. He says the things that he says to go after a particular audience. That is grifting. Hassan is not a grifter. And the reason why Hassan is not a grifter is because he does genuinely believe in sort of left-wing emancipatory beliefs and systems. Therefore, Hassan, not really a fucking grifter. You just do anything possible in order to get clicks. That is grifting behavior. Asmongold, you are the definition of a fucking grifter. Now, I do think to a certain extent that not Hassan, but that Asmongold probably does fucking believe in quite a few of the right-wing things that he might say. He might believe in some of them. Maybe. But, That said, Hassan does have some audience capture issues. I don't 100% disagree with that. But in comparison to, like, a lot of, like, right-wingers, it's nowhere near as bad, I'll be honest. I think it's, like, just complete nothing. Like, it's like a nothingness. Asmongold will jump on any particular bandwagon or anything in order to just make money from certain audiences. He doesn't believe in anything. He's completely full of it.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. And so one chatter. No, and the thing is, like, he gonna get mad about that. That's it. He's lying and he hates his fan base. I don't want to get into that. Yeah, that's what.
Let's get into an example of Asmongold trying to sort of do some potential fucking grifting. So what? Asmongold goes full Roach King talking about women's attractiveness in games. Oh boy, the same fucking 3 IQ idiotic bullshit as always. Men are the primary audience, and men don't want to look at an ugly bitch. Sorry, somebody gotta say it. How many gamers are there? I literally looked this up yesterday because I was curious. Like, what is this? 53% of males are gamers. That's a majority. Not a very big one. Let's see. What are the, like, what's the raw numbers? I'm curious. By region, there's a lot. Gamer demographics. That's pretty fucking close, Asmongold. 53% to 47%. It was even closer last year. 58 to 48. No, 53 to 40. I guess this is all could be accounting like non-binary people or something. Whatever. So that's interesting. What about what's like a raw number? How many like I think it says like it's 1.7 billion in male gamers to 1.4 billion female gamers. That's not that big of a difference. It's a pretty minuscule one. So, you know,
I mean, like, you can get away with being an unattractive guy in games media, but you can't get away with being an unattractive girl. And the reason why is because men are the primary audience.
Sure, okay, let's do some research. Last of Us 2. Revenue. Sure. Well, how did it perform? Last of Us Part 2 managed to rake in $447 million in net sales in February 2022. Sold 10 million copies in just 2 years because they always complain about Last of Us 2. So that's a lot of copies sold. Last of Us Part 2 raked in over $242 million in revenue. Okay, how about Horizon Zero Dawn? Because it's another one these motherfuckers always complain about. $8.4 million. Franchise sales at $32.7 million. I just want the gross revenue here. Gross revenue. It made a revenue of about $34 million. I don't know, it seems pretty successful by all objective metrics. But wait, I thought, like, Aloy was, like, an ugly, stupid-looking bitch or something, and that's why, it, like, the game was not as successful. What happened? Well, let's do something else. What's Stellar Blade's revenue? How did it do? Royalties from sales of Stellar Blade, $43.2 million. About the same as what? About the same as what? Horizon Zero Dawn. Nowhere near as much as fucking as The Last of Us Part 2. So what's going on here? What's up? What's happening? It's a success for sure. Not gonna deny it. It was a successful title. The game did sell well. It sold a lot. Made profit. But to say it's because of the attractiveness of the main fucking character is the thing that I'm pointing out here. That's the stupid shit that I'm mostly trying to look at here. No, it's not about the relative attractiveness, quote unquote, of whatever particular fucking character. That's not the distinction that we're working with here, okay? None of these motherfuckers care about any of that shit, okay? Never been about any of that, okay? These guys could care less about any of that shit. A game is successful if it performs well on, like, a bunch of different objective metrics, right? A game is successful if it sells a lot, it makes a fucking profit. And all these games that these motherfuckers keep constantly going after, including a lot of the different movies that these guys like to go after, because it's not just games that these stupid dumbasses love to talk about. It's also movies. Birdman's Exposing the Grift sort of series is a very, very good job in cataloging a lot of this stuff. It's not about that. Asmongold is trying to push his stupid fucking right-wing talking points and bullshit on people. That's the only reason why he says the things that he says. Because he himself is a grifter. He's willing to pander to a particular fucking audience because of his political predilections. So it's not about the attractiveness of this. No. Asmongold is just trying to sell you a certain political goal, a certain political objective. That's it. Saying that, like, you know, because of the wokeness and the DEI in fucking video games, that's why games are performing worse, relatively speaking, when there's just, simply speaking, no evidence of that. It's complete fucking bullshit.
And men don't want to look at an ugly bitch. That's just a fact.
Damn. Then why did The Last of Us Part 2 make so much money? I thought Abby was an ugly bitch. What happened?
That's so aggressive.
Get mad, but that's it.
Like, it hurts my eyes, man. Why do you...
Again, like it profited by the profit of fucking $85 million, dude. Double that of Stellar Blade.
You do this to me?
Sorry.
You know, if it's not on Twitter or Reddit, most people aren't going to be reading
Somebody
it. In a
gotta
lot of
say
cases,
it.
they're getting most of their information
Let's
from
be
YouTube
real.
videos.
I mean, you're just wrong, dude. You're just not right. It's inaccurate what you're saying. You're just wrong.
More than anything else, you have to adapt. You have to capitalize on that, and you have to do. You have to do
Here
anything.
comes another dozen articles. Yep. And they'll all be calling me a sexist. They'll say that I objectify.
You are a sexist. You just are. Like, again. Like, again, you are a sexist. Simply put, you just are. Like, that's why you're saying the things that you're saying. You are a sexist. Like, period. Like, I know there's probably articles of Sony complaint, like, what, just like we saw earlier. There's some articles saying that, like, they didn't make as much as they wanted to. Sure. You can, like, for the executive class within gaming, they saw it as a failure. Okay, sure. Whatever. Who cares about that? If we're talking about the objective metrics, like I talked about before in my sort of like the death of objectivity video, of talking about like how a lot of objective sort of like games reviews can get lost because of all this like culture war fucking stupid nonsense and bullshit. How a lot of good games reviews can get very, very easily lost because of like all these like culture vulture fucking morons who are sexist. Asmongold, you just are. Horizon Zero Dawn. What's like another game that like what? What's like another game that all these like stupid woke dumb fucks went after? I don't think like I know there's the new Dragon Age game, right? But I think that didn't make profit because it was just not a good game. It was just a bad game. So that definitely made a loss of profit. But there's extenuating circumstances, not because of the wokeness in the games. That's not it. Yeah, great game, bad writing. I'm just curious. Do we have like Dragon Age's like revenue? Or Dragon Age the Veilguard revenue? I'm curious. Veilguard sold 1.5 million copies in first quarter, below EA's expectations. Again, like I mentioned before, in terms of the goals of the executives within video games, a lot of them are going to say that it's failures because they didn't make them all the money every single time, even though, relatively speaking, these games are successes because they reported making a profit. Like Last of Us Part 2 is a huge success. Profit of $85 million. Let's see, Veilguard. What did it make in terms of revenue? Copies sold. Gross revenue base game. What, $31 million? 1.5 million players. Steam community says gross revenue. This is just on Steam or on Game Analytic. But this was before. Gross revenue of 6.4 million. Okay. And we looked at Game Analytic before. Even Veilguard made a profit. Not to what the games industry probably wanted, not to what EA wanted. They wanted billions of dollars, but it wasn't going to get it. Because it just had bad writing. That's why. What's like another one of these games these fucking woke, fucking stupid dipshits complain about all the time? Do you got, like, what? You got any suggestions, Boy Meets Many? I know that Assassin's Creed Shadows, we tried finding the, statistics on that. We didn't find anything, right? Did a lot of the anti-woke dipshits complain about Oblivion? That's the movie. I want Oblivion remake revenue. Thank you. As per the AI overview, 37 million on Steam. Check out Game Analytic. About $110 million. Right, yeah, they were complaining about that stupid body type shit. But still, gross revenue. $110 million. They made a profit. Let me see, like, The Last of Us Part 2. I don't want the remaster. I just want The Last of Us Part 2. Okay, well, fucking whatever. This is the fucking remaster. Even the remaster of this fucking game made a profit. It's silly. It's not about attractiveness of women that's the main driver of what makes a game fucking successful. That's the point.
Objectify women. I do, by the way. All the time I do.
That's so fucking... Bro, people are just gonna call me sexist, but I love objectifying women. Okay. You're not beating the sexist allegations, my dude. Like...
I'm not sorry. I'm going to keep doing it. And you're going to call me every single word except for one. And that's wrong.
You're wrong. By the way, from what I understand, these are only fucking Steam stats. We don't even have console stats. You're wrong. You're wrong. Yes. You are wrong. You're just wrong. Because again, here's why I say you're a fucking grifter. You don't actually believe in the things that you're currently saying. Or maybe you do, because you're that fucking stupid. Or maybe you don't even fucking believe in anything. Who knows what the fuck Asmongold believes. You're just saying this because you want to get the ingratiated with a particular audience. Which is why you just say complete, utter fucking nonsense. Like, I can't believe, like, Bernie never dignified Hassan for longer than 15 minutes. A 38-minute video on Bernie Sanders' channel. I don't even know if this was streamed, right? Yeah, it was streamed. This is the VOD of that. He's a busy fucking politician. He doesn't have, like, the most time to do random fucking streamers with, streamer interviews. So, wrong. So I guess he's, like, an actual... I guess Hassan is a journalist now or something. Again, with the Houthi pirate situation, his last name is Al-Rashad, not Al-Houthi. So you're wrong there. And in terms of profit margins, and of course we only have the profit margins as reported from Steam, you're also wrong. You're just wrong. You're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're just, simply put, wrong about literally everything. And the reason why you just keep saying the stuff that you're saying is because you want to grift to a particular audience. That is it. That is all that Asmongold has ever fucking cared about. It is about ingratiation with a particular political project and audience. That's all that he's ever fucking cared about. He's just wrong, stupid, and he is incredibly boisterous about the fact that he is all wrong and stupid. So, you know, typical fucking Asmongold being the complete fucking moron and fucking troglodyte that he is. Shouldn't be really surprising.
Wrong.
Thank you, Boy Meets Mini. Nice. Ugh. God, I just fucking hate Asmongold so much, man. He's so fucking stupid, and he is just wrong about literally everything. Stupid and wrong. Yeah, well, you know, death of subjectivity. Byproducts of the brain rot that we currently fucking find ourselves in. I've been saying this. You know, if I ever become like, you know, blow up as like a content creator or whatever the fuck, that is an old video that I want to save in the annals of fucking history. Is that death of subjectivity video, because I was definitely fucking cooking there. Because I've been going back to that fucking concept every fucking time now that I have been fucking, like, doing this shit. Because it just keeps constantly applying itself over and over and fucking over again. Keeps ringing true. That's why it's probably one of the best things that I fucking yapped about was that stupid fucking dress discourse from ye olden ages. I don't know if I can like pin particular videos on like the front of my fucking channel on like YouTube. That is one that's gonna get fucking pinned. I will pin that video. That is a video that'll be pinned. I think there is a way to do that, right? Be like, hey, dumbasses, you want to have like an idea as to like the ways I sort of engage with like all these like fucking stupid grifters and commentators? Death of subjectivity. There you go. I don't think most people on the internet know what subjectivity and objectivity mean. Honestly, you're probably right. I don't think they know what those terms mean either. It's gonna look a little weird, but it's gonna work. We do be weaving some pipes here. That's our copper. We do this now. This shit is coming along pretty decently. How many fucking... Oh, Jesus, we're already at 640. Yeah, like I thought, the return on investment in terms of legendary iron from those fucking metallic fucking asteroids, like I thought, are insane. Very, very high ROI on those. Alright, now our fucking cargo bay here has a shit ton of space for storing lots and lots of coal and iron. And of course this shit is stuck again. Son of a fucking bitch. This thing's behavior just is not... So enable / disable when less than 2. The problem is that this thing just keeps filling up with all the fucking carbon. You know what? We're gonna make this 3. Wait, less than 3. What less than 1? Waiting for source items. Because it's technically reading at less than 1, which is correct. I think I should crack the code on this. Yeah, it should be less than 1. That's fine, because it's not activating. I think I cracked the code on that. That should be automatic now. Okay, there's still 4 stuck in there. Whereas with this thing has no fucking problem doing its stuff. This is going to produce so much fucking iron. Once we get the legendary quality 3 modules, once those are taken care of, those things are going to be pumping. But, okay, so our shuffler is pretty much ready to go. Now, of course, we also just need to be able to fit in the plastic input, because we need plastic. Why is my stomach grumbling right now? Why are you so grumbly? Okay, perfect. We are almost good. The only thing then we need to make are all of the recyclers, because you are going to be constantly recycling. Now, ideally, with how this works, we should be producing extra fucking plastic. Or producing a shit fucking ton of plastic. Obviously, we are immediately going to put productivity modules in here. Just stock up that productivity. We want at least, we'll go with 150 LDS productivity. $130 here should be good. And 130 here will be good. 150, 150. That's why we're trying to get these researches done before we flick this thing on. So basically, for every two of these that I produce, I get 3 extras with all the productivity bonuses. Now, obviously, this caps out at 300, so for every 1 you make 3 extra. What does that basically mean? Well, should be fucking fairly obvious if you are astute. That means that's going to be a lot of legendary steel, copper, and plastic that's being constantly produced. And I suppose since we're going to be making so much extra of it, you make a lot of extra copper, I believe, with this build. We'll just dump the rest of it. Because we're going to be making a fuck ton of it. So we can just get rid of it. Who cares? We have so much of it. We need to make sure that the line is constantly moving, basically. Because the problem is going to be the overproduction of copper. Because like I've talked about before, if we are assuming, we can make this broad assumption, when you put something inside of a recycler, you lose about 25% of the, you lose about 25% or 75% of its constituent parts. So, technically speaking, when we put these legendary low-density structures into the recyclers, technically speaking, our return should be 5 copper plate, 0.4 steel, and about 1.5 plastic bars. About. So, what does that mean? In essence, what this means is basically, okay, if we are able to generate more low density structures, so for every, second that this thing is going, we produce about I think 5 low density structures per second. Not per second, maybe like every 2 seconds. We make 5 of these. That should mean that we break even every 2 seconds, something like that, because it's about 4. If we're assuming the sort of like mechanics and gotcha works out perfectly. So we produce probably about we probably get our full return on investment every 2 seconds. Now obviously if we had full productivity bonus, our return on investment would be positive in terms of the shuffle. Is what it's called, the LDS shuffle. If we were at like say 200%, if I had like, higher quality tier productivity modules, like if these were legendary, I think they give plus 40 productivity. We would definitely be so there'd be an additional 120% in here. We would almost be at the cap. Almost. So we would definitely be gaining net low density structures. We currently do not. We will have a small amount of loss. That'll be compensated for with the ships. Once we get the improved, all of the legendary tier fucking bullshit. Okay, I thought I fucking fixed this fucking thing, but I didn't fix this fucking thing. trying to think of a solution to this. Because the problem is we produce too much carbon. It might be a bit crude. Let me try putting this also to the advanced. Oh wait, let me try this. I'm curious. Let me see if this will work. Maybe it would have been better if I just flipped it instead. Maybe. Let's give this a shot. See if that works. Because then the problem might be we're producing too much sulfur. Because you only get 5 carbon. You need 5 in order to do the process, but you get 2 sulfur out of this. Yeah, so that the problem with this then is going to be producing too much sulfur. What if instead we go the opposite way? How about this instead? Let me see if that does the trick. We do this. This doesn't need the filter anymore. No filter. Legendary. Sulfur. Less than or equal to 1. Where's less than? Let's do less than or equal to. Okay, this should theoretically work. Just need to wait for the gotcha machine to give me my gotcha. My fucking rocks. Because the thing is with iron, it's way easier because it's just only one fucking thing you're looking for. It's way easier to do with iron. And it's also easy to do it with the calcite one that we're going to be making for legendary stone, because with all the legendary ice that we make, you can just trash the legendary ice. It's unnecessary. You don't need it. So this should hopefully work. I'm experimenting and trying to see how to potentially fix this process. I think this should work. This should work. This should theoretically work. But we're going to see. So this one grabs it first, which is what I want. Because I prefer this to have way more sulfur, and then this to have way more to produce all the carbon that is necessary to compensate. So I think this should work. This should work. I'll check in on it a little bit later. I don't have to think about this thing. Before we even think about, because like I said before, getting these two, the iron and the coal gotcha, are way more important to get operational because they make way more important products. For stone, We don't need to think about stone all that much. We can afford to delay it. We can afford to delay stone. So, us not having stone is not the end of the world. Not the end of the world. Okay, the next thing we need to figure out for here is fluid processing. Because we need to make petroleum. We need to make petroleum gas for our plastic. Because we have coal. Got a lot of coal. And we're going to be doing some funky drill, baby drill.
We're gonna be doing something a little funky.
And then we're going to make probably a separate area for when inevitably we have to make legendary tungsten. And for that, that is more than likely just going to have to be completely brute forced. And that'll be everything for science, technically. We could also start exporting out legendary science. Okay. I want this here because eventually we're going to have another output because we are eventually going to need legendary plastic for when we make more stuff. So we need to make sure we have a lot of extra plastic. Plastic is very, very important as well in terms of this whole fucking daisy chain. Okay, so that is going to be our shuffler. Well, now we should actually make the shuffler. I don't know how many of these I'll need to keep up with production. I don't know. Just put a shit ton of them down. We don't need quality modules because we're not upcycling. The ships are doing that for us. What I am going to do is we're going to do something called a little bit of trolling. I do want to make sure I filtered these out by their constituent parts, don't I? Do I want to filter them out by their constituent parts? Does that matter? I'm out of bulk inserters. That's unfortunate. Yeah, we don't need to look at this stupid shit anymore. We're gonna use this coal patch. Probably just gonna belt it. I don't need a fucking train, I think. Now, the reason we're not going to use our, because like I've said before, fluids don't have quality. So generally it is quite good to, you know, use a lot of fluid recipes when making legendary quality stuff. That's why this particular recipe was chosen, because the only thing you need is plastic, which means the only thing you need is legendary coal, which is what the coal gotcha ship is for. It's a little slow, but, you know, it gets the job done in terms of legendary coal production. It's not the best, it's not the fastest, but, you know, it'll get there eventually. Like, once we get these improved to legendary quality, these quality modules, because we're missing out basically on an extra 4.5%, give or take, which can add up. Because of the thousands of times that we're going to be doing this. Could be missing out on potentially hundreds of fucking rocks to be upcycled. Because essentially, these machines are brute force. But it doesn't matter if you waste anything, because space rocks are infinite. These are infinite, so who cares about waste? Waste, that doesn't matter. It's an infinite resource. We don't have to care about waste. Waste, who cares? It's an infinite resource. Doesn't matter. Oh, listen, maybe we're like, with the random iron ores we keep, like, throwing off of the edge of space. Maybe we're seeding new life in the galaxy. Same with, like, all this random bits of carbon we keep, like, throwing out randomly. Like, you don't know. Yeah, this is a very, very abusable system because it's a system with infinite resources. And you are starting to run low on bullets again, so that's not ideal. So we're just gonna give you a break. Although, honestly, all you're doing is just going back to Nauvis, because there's nothing else you need to pick up. Yeah, you can just go back to Nauvis. That's fine. Oh, no, what you're gonna do is you're just gonna keep going back and forth between other fucking places. Actually, no, we're just gonna pause thrust. I don't care if you're, like, drifting out in the middle of buttfuck nowhere. In fact, I prefer you just to sit out here in the middle of fucking nowhere. Who cares? You don't need to do anything. You can just chill. You'll be fine. You have enough defenses. And eventually I'm gonna have to figure out how to improve all the quality and shit of everything here as well. This is gonna be a real pain in the ass. Making a bigger version of this base, but we'll figure that out eventually. That'll be a real fucking bitch and a half to think about, but, you know, we'll get there when we get there. Alright. I've just been faffing about, not really doing anything. We still have to get through the fucking Gunnar Nomicon. Gunnar Nomicon, dude. Jesus. Let's get started with this. Alright, Trump. He's currently on a little Middle East adventure. Visiting, I believe, Saudi Arabia and 2 Gulf states. Qatar and the UAE, I believe, right? Well, we all know recently the Qataris were just like, here, Trump, we're going to give you a gift of a replacement Air Force One. Now, if you are quite literally anyone with half a brain, okay? If you have like half of a brain cell, it should be fairly obvious not only the conflict of interest that's like going on here, the obvious conflict of interest, but also like all of the ridiculous safety measures that exist in like Air Force One. Like Air Force One, quite literally, is a flying command center. It is a bunker, a flying bunker. It has like some of the like craziest, most ridiculous protections that an airplane can possibly have. And it's being replaced with some like random fucking Gulf state like luxury 747 that like is going to for free to the military, and Trump is trying to use it as his new Air Force One for some reason. Like if you think about it for like literally 3 seconds, it's so obviously transparent what is going on here that the point of it is just a bribe. Let's be quite honest here. And I'm thinking like we just have like one of the most just transparent presidents like probably in history. But what do we have here? He's going to lift Syrian sanctions and secure a $600 billion Saudi deal. What do we have here? The video.
In a major U.S. policy shift, President Donald Trump said on Tuesday he would order the lifting of sanctions on Syria at the behest of Saudi Arabia's crown prince.
They've had their share of travesty, war, killing.
Well, that's interesting. At the behest of the Saudi Arabian crown prince. I wonder why that's happening.
Many years. That's why my administration has already taken the first steps toward restoring normal relations between.
Okay, I have to comment real quick. Dude, the fucking quality on this microphone is just complete fucking dog shit. Jesus Christ, this sounds so bad, dude. What the fuck is this, man?
Between the United States and Syria for the first time in more than a decade.
Trump made
Dude, it's crazy, like, how Al-Jilani, I think he's also changed his name pretty recently, how he's, like, not that long ago, he was with, President Macron of France. He was in France, like, not that long ago. He's also, like, been talking with, like, a bunch of other, like, a bunch of his, like, local neighbors and stuff. Keep in mind, this guy used to be a part of Al-Qaeda. Al-Qaeda, he was a part of a terrorist organization, quite literally. It's pretty fucking ridiculous to think about, just like the sort of a turnaround, I guess, to like a statesman. Keep in mind, Al-Jilani is not beating the sort of like quote unquote, I guess, puppet of Israel sort of like allegations, because he's been currently doing attacks on the southern population, the southern Druze population, at the behest of the Israelis, because they say that they want, like, to make, like, the Israelis want to make, like, a buffer zone or some shit. And there's some, like, real fucking sussy shit that's going on in that respect, you know? So he's currently attacking, the local Druze population of Syria, in the southern parts of Syria. He is also doing a lot of fucking deals with, like, differing Western leaders. So it's yeah, he's pretty sus. And yeah, like you said, Boy Meets Mini, HTS feels like the PLO all over again. That's also the vibe that I'm kind of getting as well. Like, we're getting, like, maybe not like Yasser Arafat. Yeah, maybe like, yeah, it would probably be Yasser Arafat. Yeah, like what? Yasser Arafat to like Electric Boogaloo. You know, like, I don't know if it's like a complete selling out to Israel. We have to like fucking figure that out and see, right? Because like it's relatively simple to always like say shit like that because of, you know, given the sort of like polity and region that we're in. But it is kind of interesting just how quickly a lot of stuff has been going down in terms of like Syria. Now, the question is HTS preferable to Bashar al-Assad? That's a completely other question, I'll be honest. Like, I have no idea of, like, who is necessarily preferable right in this moment. It's too early to tell, but, you know, he's attacking minority populations, Al-Jilani, that is. So, that's not a good look, my dude. It's a bad look, actually. I think that's a kind of a bad thing. But what? He hasn't been in power for that long. We still kind of just have to wait and see what happens. That's all we can really do at this moment.
Made the surprise announcement at the start of a tour of Gulf Arab states that began in Saudi Arabia. A sanctions reprieve would be a huge boost for Syria's Islamist president and former al-Qaeda commander Ahmed al-Sharaa, who was looking to stabilize a country shattered by more than a decade of civil war. The White House and two Syrian presidential sources said Trump is set to say hello to Sharaa on Wednesday in Saudi Arabia. Trump said he made the decision after discussions with Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman and Turkish President Tayyip Erdogan, whose governments have both strongly urged the lifting of...
So yeah, keep in mind HTS was Turkey backed. It was backed by the Turks in particular. They were the ones who were hardcore, you know, I guess, going for, Al-Sharaa, I believe is his name now. So that's kind of like the interests, I suppose, that are being served here. But I don't think, like, really Trump cares about that in particular. For him, it's all about, well, wheeling and dealing. We love to wheel, we love to deal, we love to talk with people. Very important. I want to make it look like I'm really important here, guys, because I am very important. We all know this, right, folks? We understand. We know.
sanctions.
Now it's their time to shine. It's their time to shine. So I say, good luck, Syria. Show us something very special.
The United Nations, which has been
Very
pushing
important,
countries to
Syria.
lift sanctions on Syria, welcomed the move.
It was important for us to see relief on sanctions on Syria.
The U.S. imposed sanctions during Bashar al-Assad's rule. The sanctions cut Syria off from the global financial system and deterred foreign investment and trade, hampering efforts to rebuild from the war. Damascus residents celebrated Trump's decision. It feels like a mountain has been lifted off our chest, said this local. Trump's announcement comes despite Israel's deep suspicion of Sharah's administration. Israeli officials have continued to describe Sharah as a jihadist. Sharah
Yeah, because here's the position with Israel. They are looking to build greater Israel, right? Basically, they want territory in southern Israel, basically. So, the reason why Israel is suspicious here in particular is because they're looking for territorial expansion. That is the goal of the Israelis, which is why they're trying to like come up with like basically any excuse to try to make the government of Syria, the sort of like current interim government, not interim, the current government of Syria look as bad as possible, because for them in particular, they have expansionist goals and projects. In particular, they want to take advantage of whatever perceived potential instabilities that Syria is still experiencing for the express purposes of, well, imperialism. That's the goal of the Israelis, right? So, that's why they're, like, coming up with the excuse, like, oh, well, you need to just, like, not attack, like, the Druze population, because, like, let's be honest here, Israel could give less of a shit about the Druze population. They don't give a fuck about that. And I'm suspecting because of like whatever like nationalistic predilections or tendencies, that's why al-Jilani is attacking them. Why is al-Jilani actually attacking the southern Druze? Do we know, Boy Meets Me? Why are the Druze in South Syria getting attacked? I'm curious. I am not sure. Well, Times of Israel. So we'll see what we got here. What is behind the latest clashes in Syria between Druze and pro-government gunmen? Because the thing with the Syrian civil war, there was a lot of different fucking goddamn factions. So HTS is a Turkish-backed, nationalistic, like fundamentalist, nationalistic Syrian army. There was the Syrian Democratic Forces. There was the YPG. There were the Kurds. And they kind of had their own sort of like goals. What they wanted was a democratic Syria. If you were cheering for someone, quote unquote, it would have been those guys, I guess. I guess the Druze also had their own sort of like ambitions to make their own separate polity, similar to the Rojavans, similar to the Kurds. They wanted to make like a Druzistan, let's say that colloquially. And that's why they also probably fought with the Assad regime, because Assad was getting attacked from like basically everywhere. Right? It was the south, it was the east, it was the north, in particular. So the Druze are a religious sect. They're a minority group. The transitional government has promised to include the Druze, but has so far kept authority in the hands of the Islamist former insurgents who toppled Assad, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, or HTS. It's a Turkish-backed group. 23 new 23-member government in Syria announced in late March only has one Druze member. Oh, so they want more. Okay. They want more representation, because I assume they're probably fearful that they're going to get like wiped out by the more Islamic fundamentalist elements of HDS. That's why. And so there's been tensions between the sides. Syria's religious and ethnic communities are worried about their place in Syria's new system that is mostly run by Islamists, including some who have links to extremist groups. The country's new president, Ahmed al-Shara, is himself a former militant, was once a member of Al-Qaeda. Yeah, he's a commander within Al-Qaeda, and was held for years in jails in neighboring Iraq for his role in the anti-American insurgency. Although al-Shara had said the rights of ethnic and religious minorities will be protected, there have been several rounds of sectarian killings since Assad's fall. The Assad family rule, which was dominated by members of the Alawite sect, had oppressed much of the country's Sunni, a majority, while giving minorities some powers. Being a member of the Muslim Brotherhood, the largest Islamic group in the country decades ago, was punishable by death as of the 1980s. The Druze have major concerns about Muslim groups since they came under attack by members of the Islamic State group. So that would have been ISIS, I believe, right? In 2018, in the South Sweda province, it left dozens killed or wounded, and more than 2,000 people were taken hostage for nearly 4 months. Muslim extremists consider the Druze heretics. During Syria's 14-year conflict, the Druze had their own militias. What triggered the clashes? Yeah, this is why. They're making militias to try to defend themselves. The extremists think that they're heretics. They make militias to defend themselves, and so they're fighting one another. That's pretty much what it is. Clashes broke out around Monday midnight in the southern Damascus suburb of Jaramana after an audio clip circulated on social media of a man criticizing Islam's prophet Muhammad. The audio was attributed to a Druze cleric, but cleric Marwan Kiwan said in a video posted on social media that he was not responsible for the audio, which angered many Sunni Muslims. Okay, the fighting later spread to the outskirts of the southern town of Sankanaya, triggering the first Israeli airstrike against pro-government gunmen. Well, thanks, Israel. Facing pressure from their own Druze community, Israeli officials... Wait, they have Druze in their own... Well, I guess by, like, the Golan Heights. That's why. The thing that they fucking annexed. There's probably a bunch of Druze there. Israeli officials have vowed to protect the Druze of Syria and warned Islamic groups from entering predominantly Druze areas. Yeah, sure. I definitely believe Israel when they say this. Like, you know, manufacturing consent. The 101 right there. The clashes have pulled Israel further into conflict with the airstrike 2 days ago, and Friday marked a major increase in tensions with an attack close to the presidential palace in Damascus in what Syria's presidency called a major escalation. Israel says it does not want Islamic extremists near the country's northern border. Since Assad's fall, Israel has carved a buffer zone in southern Syria and has destroyed much of the Syrian army's assets so they didn't fall into the hands of groups that removed him from power. Yeah. So, like I was saying earlier, the point of why Israel is getting involved in this is because of, you know, their own sort of ambitions to take advantage, and they're trying to use the Druze as a sort of, like, wedge in order to be able to say, well, hey, we care about the Druze population, guys. You know, we totally do. Yeah, we care about those guys. This, like, Christian minority denomination and sect. It's bullshit, obviously. Like, it's pretty obvious. Israel's been warning for decades that Iran and its proxies pose a danger in the northern border. We're backed by Turkey. Other sporadic attacks in different areas, as well as an ambush on Damascus-Sweda highway, made the situation worse until a deal was reached. After the Interior Ministry forces and local Druze gunmen deployed in different areas. The Britain-based war monitor, the Syrian Observatory for Human Rights, alleged 99 people were killed over the past few days, of which 51 were killed in Sakanaya and the Druze majority Damascus suburbs of Jarmana. There were local gunmen and security forces. Okay, so this is broadly speaking what's like going on. But Israel is trying to use this as like an excuse in order to have their own expansionist aims of a greater Israel kind of be recognized. That's why Israel is doing what it is definitely doing, in particular in Syria. So, cool. We now have an idea as to what is going on there.
Was for years the leader of Al-Qaeda's official wing in the Syrian conflict. He first joined Al-Qaeda in Iraq, where he spent 5 years in a U.S. prison.
Cool. Let's see. Now we are on to the actual deal itself. We're gonna make a deal, folks. Folks, we're making a deal. We're making deals. Very important that we're making lots of deals. Yeah, you know, it's a $600 billion. From what I understand, it's an arms deal with the Saudis, but you know, the Ukrainians they don't get shit, so whatever. Trump says so he secured $600 billion deal. Yep. He said that already. Riyadh. President Trump kicked off his trip to the Gulf on Tuesday with a surprise announcement that the United States will lift long-standing sanctions on Syria and a $600 billion commitment from Saudi Arabia to invest in the U.S. The U.S. agreed to sell Saudi Arabia an arms package worth nearly $142 billion. Great. Because we know that the Saudis have been clamoring for more arms from the U.S. We know that this is something that has been, broadly speaking, that's been happening. But, well, you know, gotta screw over the Ukrainians. Single tier for the Ukrainians. As always. Used to at this point. According to the White House, which is called its largest defense cooperation agreement Washington has ever done, the end of sanctions on Syria would be a huge boost for a country that has been shattered by more than a decade of civil war. Rebels, led by current President Ahmed al-Sharaa, toppled President Bashar al-Assad last December. Speaking at an investment forum in Riyadh at the start of a deals-focused trip that has brought a flurry of diplomacy, Trump said he was acting on a request to scrap sanctions by Saudi Arabia's de facto ruler, Prince Mohammed bin Salman. I know that also Mohammed bin Salman has been fucking pushing for recognition of a Palestinian state, but like I was saying earlier, the Saudi Arabians have been pushing for this arms deal for a while now. They really, really want to get new, like a lot of like new U.S. technology and equipment, which is what this $142 billion deal has been, proposed for.
And you know we love the military-industrial complex, folks, don't we? I love those guys. Some of my favorite guys. What I do for the Crown Prince,
Trump said, drawing laughs from the audience. He said the sanctions had served an important function, but that it was now time for the country to move forward. Yeah, definitely anti-war. Very true. The move represents a major U.S. policy shift. Yeah, he's able to lift sanctions whenever he wants, right? If I recall correctly, the president, I think he can do this, right? Shouldn't be a problem with this. The U.S. declared Syria a state sponsored of terrorism in 1979, added sanctions in 2004, and imposed further sanctions after the civil war broke out in 2011, which certainly exacerbated the issue. Syrian Foreign Minister Assad al-Shibani said on X that the planned move marked a new start in Syria's path to reconstruction. Trump has agreed briefly to greet Shura in Saudi Arabia on Wednesday, a White House official has said. Man, this guy has been fucking globetrotting, dude. He was in France not that long ago. He's going now to talk with the president and shit. He's been, bro, my guy has been making the rounds. He's wheeling and dealing, folks. What can I say? Very, very cool. Very good. Very cool. Very good. Trump and the Saudi Crown Prince signed an agreement covering energy, defense, mining, and other areas. Trump has sought to strengthen relations with the Saudis to improve regional ties with Israel and act as a bulwark against Iran. From what I understand, the Israelis have not been very happy with any of the dealings that have been going on. Because, again, one of the conditions the Saudis are looking to get is recognition of a Palestinian state, which obviously Israel does not want to happen. Because, you know, with that, they can get a lot more help from the UN. And they can also have, like, other states can also provide, like, relief for the Palestinians. Yeah, like, the tensions that have been going on earlier and earlier, that, like, the Israelis have been getting snubbed quite often by Trump. Like, constantly, they've been getting snubbed very, very often, especially recently by Trump, has been quite interesting, to say the least. So it's not clear whether the deal included F-35 jets, which sources say have been discussed. The Saudi prince said the package could reach $1 trillion when further agreements are reached in the months ahead. That's fucking crazy. And I didn't say this. The agreement covers deals with more than a dozen U.S. defense companies for areas including air and missile defense, air force and space, maritime security and communications. A White House fact sheet said. Saudi Arabia is one of the largest customers for U.S. arms, and the two countries have maintained strong ties for decades based on an agreement in which the kingdom delivers oil and the superpower provides security. But relations were strained after the 2018 murder of the U.S.-based Saudi journalist Jamal Khashoggi. Khashoggi? I'm going to say Khashoggi. That's not how you're supposed to properly say it, but whatever, I don't care. By Saudi agents in Istanbul caused a global uproar. U.S. intelligence concluded that bin Salman approved an operation to kill Khashoggi, a prominent critic, but the Saudi government has denied any involvement. Yeah, sure. I totally believe the Saudi government. Trump did not mention the incident during his visit and called bin Salman an incredible man. He's incredible. I love this man. I really believe we like each other a lot. What can I say, folks? I'm a big fan of Muhammad. Trump will go on from Riyadh to Qatar, where he's going to get his fucking $400 million bribe plane. Very funny. On Wednesday, and the UAE on Thursday in a trip that is focused on investment rather than security matters in the Middle East. Right, because, like, you know, the Saudi Arabians will help take care of the security. But shit like that. You know. Several U.S. business leaders attended the event, including Elon Musk. Wasn't also fucking Mark Andreessen there? Now, whatever. I think I remember in like some of the part, like a clip in the fucking video where Trump was talking. I think Mark Andreessen, his like egghead fucking appeared or some shit, you know? The Tesla chief who has led a government downsizing effort for Trump in Washington. OpenAI CEO Sam Altman, BlackRock CEO Larry Fink, and Blackstone CEO Stephen Schwarzman. Because again, they just want to. It's all about the money, folks. All about the Benjamins. Trump was shown speaking with several Saudi officials, including Sovereign Wealth Fund Governor Yasser Al-Rumayyan, Armco CEO Amin Nasser, and Investment Minister Khalid Al-Falih? Whatever. As he viewed models for the kingdom's flashy multi-billion-dollar development projects. Dude, he probably soyed the fuck out over the line, right? And also, you want to fucking look at, like, some crazy shit, some crazy history. Saudi Aramco, dude. You want to, like, talk about, like, justifications for, like, regime change era, like, efforts that happened in, like, Iran with the Shah and shit? Saudi Aramco. Phoy. That shit is fucking crazy. Hey, Neom, the stupid line city. Bin Salman has focused on diversifying the Saudi economy in a major reform project dubbed Vision 2030. That includes giga projects, a dictator's favorite thing to do, such as Neom, a futuristic city, the size of Belgium. Oil generated 62% of the Saudi government's revenue last year. The kingdom has scaled back some of its ambition as rising costs and falling oil prices weigh. Also, golf and motorsports get tons of Saudi money now. Yeah, I've heard. Like, you've even said yourself, Boy Meets Mini, just the amount of tours and like GPs and shit like that the Saudi Arabians have been. Like that one in Jeddah, right? There's that one in particular. Aramco is F1's title sponsor. Of course they're racist. That's true. I wonder why Saudi Aramco is one of the title sponsors. Could be anything in particular. Well, what do we have here? No visit to Israel, warning to Iran. Trump is not scheduled to stop in Israel. Those tensions. Trump does not like the fact that, Israel is just causing problems for his wheeling and dealing shenanigans, which is so fucking funny, dude. Raising questions about where the close ally stands in Washington's priorities as Trump praises Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to agree to a new ceasefire deal in the 19-month-old Gaza war. Oh yeah, war, dude. Sure. Israel's military objectives against Hamas in Gaza and Hezbollah in Lebanon, and its assassinations of the two Iranian allied groups' leaders have at the same time given Trump more leverage by weakening Tehran and its regional allies. Trump said it was his fervent hope that Saudi Arabia would normalize relations with Israel. Yeah. Well, I know they want a Palestinian state, but the Israelis are never gonna fucking agree to that shit, ever. Following the other Arab states that did so during his first 2017 to 2021 term. So, of course, that's the Abrahamic Accords, which he also mentions. But you'll do it on your own time, or do it in your own time, he said. Netanyahu's opposition to the creation of a Palestinian state makes progress with the Saudis unlikely, sources tell Reuters. Whoa, who would have thought that it's an irreconcilable position that is causing this, that this is not going to basically work out. Crazy. Oh, 1000% Boy Meets Minute. Yeah, Trump doesn't care about the Palestinians ultimately. This is all his personal gripes. Yeah, exactly. Like, Benjamin Netanyahu is making it such that it's really difficult for Trump to present himself as, I'm a wheeler and dealer, I make a lot of deals, I wheel, I deal, I steal, I feel. I'm doing a lot of stuff here, folks, lots is getting accomplished here, I'm doing so much stuff, doing so many things, obviously. The problem is a lot of that is constantly being jeopardized by Israeli fucking belligerence, so it's just like, well, Israel, you're making it quite difficult for me to make a lot of deals, and I just want to make some deals, Israel, I love you, you're like my best friend on the planet, but like, I'm trying to make some deals here. You're making it quite tough, Israel. You're making it real difficult for me. I don't like that. I don't like it. It would be the funniest thing to potentially happen from all of this is if, like, arms shipments get cut off to Israel as a result of, the bloodthirstiness and warmongering of the Benjamin Netanyahu sort of the government of Israel. That would be, like, the goofiest timeline, like, the most silly thing that happens, but, like you said, we all know with, like, the Trump Gaza stuff, ultimately, Trump doesn't give a shit about the Palestinians. He could care less about them. For him, it's, the problem is, like, he's trying to frame himself as, like, this huge, like, wheeler and dealer, this big deal maker, this guy who makes, like, a lot of different, like, proposals and stuff that are successful. And, well, Israel's making that harder with Benjamin Netanyahu in power. So, Do you also think this is Trump trying to shore up his popularity because he's got to know Americans are more critical of Israel than ever? I think that's a factor. I'd say that's a factor. I think that's a factor. I think that has some play. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I think that's totally reasonable to say that, like, Trump is not, because he doesn't do anything out of altruistic means whatsoever. He does everything like for his own, like, greedy purposes and means and stuff like that. But yeah, I think it's, I don't think that's ridiculous to say, Boy Meets Minnie. I'll be honest. I think could be because of his flailing popularity. We all know how much he cares about, like, looking good in the polls, right? But yeah, I certainly think that's a factor. Yeah, I don't think that's ridiculous to say, I'll be honest. I like how I know Modi is attacking Pakistan to shore up his unpopularity. Well, I mean, we all know about, like, the standard sort of playbook of dictators all the time. Flailing popularity amongst the nationalistic base. Well, do an attack of, like, a well-known sort of, like, regional enemy for nationalistic purposes, and in order to help shore that shit up. It's a tale as old as time itself, right? We've seen this before. We know. Where was I? Netanyahu's up. Yes, here we go. Trump on Tuesday called Iran the most destructive force in the Middle East and warned that the U.S. will never allow it to obtain a nuclear weapon. He said he was willing to strike a new deal with the Islamic Republic, but only if its leaders changed course. Okay, again, we've said this constantly before. The only reason why Iran is more likely to seek out wanting to get a nuclear weapon is because of the fact that you ripped up the JCPOA. You doing that caused, Tehran to quite literally be on the path of pursuing a nuclear weapon. That's why. But, whatever. I mean, Israel's mad about the fact that he wants to make a deal, but, it's just like, it's so goofy. It's so funny.
I want to make a deal with Iran, he said, but if Iran's leadership rejects this olive branch, we will have no choice but to inflict massive maximum pressure.
I wonder what that fucking means. So, yeah, like, I guess, like, the funniest part about all this stuff is, like, I guess, like, what? Good, like, it's like Andy from Toy Story, like, picking up the Israel doll and, like, dropping it and now becoming that, now you're my new favorite. It's like Saudi Arabia instead, which I find really, really funny, to be honest. Like,
well, goodbye, Israel. You're no longer my favorite. Saudi Arabia is now my favorite, Middle Eastern, polity. I love the Saudis. I love them so much because they give me so much money to my golf courses. I mean, just because they're great friends. I love them.
And that's like, let's keep it a $1.50. Let's be honest here. That's probably the biggest reason for us to, like, one of the biggest reasons as to why he's probably doing what he's doing right now in terms of the wheels and deals and feels and reels. It's because of that shit in particular. But, I mean, if it leads to sort of, like preferable outcomes for, like, the Palestinians kind of by accident, then I guess that's, like, not the end of the world, I suppose. I mean, either way, they're the ones who are getting, like, completely fucked over, whether we like it or not. Like, I mean, it's sad to say, but it's true, right? Like, I don't think that's, like, hyperbolic or anything, but it's interesting that this is sort of how this is all playing out. Honestly, we just kind of have to wait and see what happens. If Israel, because of their fucking complete utter belligerence, has made it such that it's like, that Trump will probably never want to try to deal with them ever again as a result of them being so utterly belligerent in terms of, what Trump wants to accomplish in the fucking Middle East. Because we know, like,
I'm trying to get a deal here with the Israelis, but the Israelis just keep attacking those Palestinians and just killing a lot of people. We don't like the fact that they're killing a lot of people. Israel, you need to stop. Israel, like, we're bros, but, like, if you just, like, stopped, that'd be pretty cool, Israel.
I think that's, like, honestly, like, the sort of, like, the most interesting sort of byproduct for us to, like, what's going on here. The fact that there is a potential for, not like Middle Eastern peace as a result of, like, what's going on, but, like, an improvement of relations, perhaps? I'm not sure exactly. That could happen at this sort of, like, behest of Israel. Because Israel's they're the ones that are losing out here, and they're pissed about the fact that they're losing out here, right? So, pretty much at this point, all we can really do is sort of just wait and see how the rest of this trip plays out. The fact that Trump is not visiting Israel is obviously a very, very big tell that Trump in particular is probably not very happy about the fact that the Israelis keep constantly screwing with his plans. Let's be honest here. Because they're definitely, like, messing with, like, whatever wheeling. Because, like I said before, Trump wants to make it seem like he's, like, a wheeler and dealer. That he's, like, a very, very good, like, negotiator. Even though, like, for the most part, he's being... Let's be honest here. He's mostly just being coddled to. For the most part. He's being coddled to. Which is why, like, it's been sort of, like, easy for a lot of these different... like, dictatorships within the Gulf states to be able to easily manipulate them with, like, a fucking $400 million jet. But, it's kind of funny to see this byproduct of, like, It's time for Israel to move over. Now my new best friend is now Saudi Arabia. I guess that's like sort of just the funniest outcome out of all of this is the fact that the Israelis are just getting completely stubbed. It's mean girl shit. Yeah, I think that's pretty accurate to say. Like, we all know about like Trump's fucking pettiness, right? He's very petty. He's such a drama queen. He's a little fucking bitch. He's super fucking catty. And he probably perceives as to like the actions of the Israeli state to be like, well, they're interrupting the stuff that I want to do, and I don't like that. I'm very upset about the fact that they keep fucking with all this I'm trying to make deals here, Netanyahu. Netanyahu, why are you making it more difficult for me? Netanyahu, I don't like the fact that you're making stuff difficult for me. I'm trying to make deals. I'm trying to wheel. I'm trying to deal. I'm trying to make it better for you, Benjamin. Like, I also want the real estate because we all know how fucking excited that fucking, like, complete freak Benjamin Netanyahu was when, like, Trump Gaza was announced. When he was just like, we're going to have a wonderful, fantastic real estate project done in Gaza. It's going to be done in Gaza, folks. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be wonderful. It's going to be great, folks. We all know how much he was looking forward to that shit, right? Because it was like an opportunity for him to make money off that shit. But, now, like, as a result of the bombing still continuing and the situation seemingly not improving whatsoever in any sense, Trump might snub Israel as a result, saying like, well, Israel, you're kind of making it tough for me to advocate for you because you just keep messing with all of my plans. I'm trying to make some deals here, Israel. And, like, you're just making it really hard for me. I don't really appreciate the fact that you're doing this, Israel. Why are you doing this? It's total, like, petty mean girl shit, but I don't know. If the byproduct of it sort of, like, leads to, like, a Palestinian state and the genocide stopping, I guess it's good in that respect. Because, I mean, is Trump doing this because he cares about the Palestinians? No, of course not. Like, I'm not delusional, right? I'm not stupid. Obviously, he's not doing it for altruistic reasonings, but again, this is foreign policy we're talking about. No one does anything for altruistic reasonings, right? Like, that's just a fact. No one does anything because they're nice about it on, like, social media or some shit. No. That's not how any of this stuff works. But if, like, as a result, like, a good outcome happens for the Palestinians kind of by accident, then I guess that's, like preferable in comparison to anything else. Like, honestly, all we can really do is just, like, sort of wait and see, like, what because, like, I feel like maybe a byproduct of this is the Israelis might get more aggressive in Gaza and do a lot more bombings. We'll see how Trump reacts to that, right? Like, currently, like, Gaza has been under siege for several months, and they're running out of, like, food in in the city, right? I mean, if Trump wants to do, like, a real good good show of will, what he could do is he could, and this would be one of the fucking funniest things to happen on the planet, he could basically try to not force the Israelis, but, like, see if he can, like, get in aid shipments through the Israelis to the Palestinians, right, as, like, a sort of, like, show of good faith to the Saudi Arabians because of, I don't know, like, a show of, like, good faith to be like, oh, we're gonna, listen, I'm very committed to what the Saudi Arabians want us to do. We want to invest. We want to get these investments. Because, like, Israel, like, let's be honest here. Most U.S. leaders do not like Benjamin Netanyahu. They fucking hate him because he just gets in the way and he's just a fucking complete belligerent. There's been constant leaked audios all the time about how much, like, U.S. presidents do not like the actions of Israel. They have big problems with a lot of the shit that Israel does and the instabilities that they do. But, they keep them around because it's like, well, it's more beneficial to us to have them around. But, that's cool. Yeah, really, yeah, like you said, Boy Meets Minnie, the only people who fucking like Benjamin Netanyahu are evangelicals. That's it. Because of their, like, stupid doomsday cult. Those are the only motherfuckers that have any affinity towards Israel. And, I mean, those are but Trump is currently in power. He doesn't have to really give a shit about what they say, right? Not at all. Because he can also come up with the excuse to them. It's like, well, like, listen, folks. This is just in line with the Abrahamic Accords. Evangelicals, if, ever the fucking support decides to, like, randomly slip for whatever reason, right? He can use that as, like, a justification, saying, like, well, think of all the stuff that I did for you guys that I brought, Peace in the Middle East. Israel benefits from that. Remember, folks. Remember, evangelicals, And also, like, a current far-right evangelical, like what Mike Huckabee is currently the main ambassador for Israel. So, yeah, we just have to kind of, like, wait and see how a lot more of these, like, we're probably going to get, like, a better idea as to what the hell is going on. For example, when more of the deals come out and more stuff sort of plays out for what? Not Israel. I guess also Israel. For these deals, like if like anything else sort of changes as a result, all we can really do at this point is just kind of like wait and see. I guess we can sort of say that these have been, like, I don't know, welcome developments. I don't know if that's, like, really correct to say. I mean, it's better than, I guess, like, Palestine. Like I said before, if, like, for whatever reason the Palestinians end up, like, not getting, like, their shit completely, like, bent and pushed in because of all of, like, Trump potentially snubbing the Israelis, that would be probably the funniest outcome of all of this. But all we can really do at this point is just sort of, like, wait and see what happens. If I don't know, because, like, we're talking about Trump here. Anything can just kind of change on a dime with him, right? Like, if he just gets, like, mad with, like, someone in particular all of a sudden, like, then as a byproduct, like, maybe he'll be back in the good graces of Israel. Like, I don't know. It's really tough to say for certain what exactly could potentially happen, because it's too early at the moment to sort of, like, make a lot of calls, right? Yeah, pretty much, Boy Meets Mini. A lot the fascists are fucking infighting currently, right? So, I suppose in that respect it's okay, because a lot of fascists are just going to be constantly infighting. So I guess that outcome is acceptable, I suppose, as a result. All we can really do at this point then is just kind of, like, wait and see what happens, see if anything changes in particular, and maybe, just maybe, like, as a result, there may be peace in Gaza because of all of this. I mean, that would be a pretty good outcome, but don't get it, like, fucking twisted. Trump's not doing this for, like, fucking altruistic reasonings, like, he's doing this because he perceives it to be like a political sort of a benefit to him. But if, like, Middle East peace sort of, like, occurs because of, like, shit like this, then I'm not really gonna complain about it. But yeah, all we can really do is just kind of, like, wait and see what happens. If there's any, like, changes or anything, if something, like, goofy happens all of a sudden, that's really all I can say about this. Just gotta wait and see what happens. Ugh. Lovely. Uh-oh. It's him. We're gonna go grab some water, and then we're gonna take a look at the second part of the Goonernomicon. Grummz. Grummz. Grummz! Comes. Dumbs. Grummz. Oi. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Okay. It's time, I suppose, for the part 2 of the Gooner Nomicon by MLYP. Part 2 on Grummz. So, if I could just like recall, sort of like harken back to part 1. What was discussed during part 1? A lot of the weird shit that was going on in general with Grummz, right? His sort of like general, I suppose, sex pestery. The fact that he was running, the fact that he was running a Latina cat fight fetish website. There was also the fact that he decided to sign all these companies under his mother. That was the thing that happened, which was very funny. And the fact that he's gone like, he has a wife and kids. We knew that. And he had like his sort of like minor roles within Blizzard. Am I missing anything else from part 1? Do you remember Boy Meets Mini? I do believe that MLYP also said that there was going to be a part 2, I think. Right? I think he always said there was going to be a part 2. But yeah, besides all the stuff that I mentioned before, am I missing anything else? I don't think I am. I want to say that I don't think I'm really missing anything else. It's just the catfight, Latina catfight fetish stuff. The fact that in general, Grummz is a big fucking weirdo. There's that. And I suppose also the fact that, what? Is there anything else I'm missing? He may be doing tax fraud. Tax fraud. Yes. The $600,000 he scammed people for the fact that he wasn't playing his game. Thank you, Boy Meets Mini. So there's the game that he's like developing allegedly, but isn't going anywhere. The Latina catfight stuff is like fetish fucking content, and the fact that he is also possibly committing tax fraud. But we got a part 2. As said before, by MLYP. Let's have a look.
I'm going to quickly address feedback from part 1, then we'll dive right into it.
Sure.
First bit of feedback was that the intro on part 1 had bad audio. I'm sorry, I'm merely an over the microphone. You're now listening to a new one. Second piece of feedback was that I'm cringe and soy. I'm aware. However, the first person I saw calling me that was a VTuber with a jester/octopus mommy MILF avatar, so I'm legally in
That's quite a way to get introduced to fucking right-wing VTubing. Yeah, wallahi, I am you cooked. I wonder what VTuber he's even fucking talking about. Mommy, MILF, fucking octopus, a cat octopus, or cat... What? I have no idea, dude. That's so funny.
Contractually obligated to say the call is coming from inside the house, Miss Splatoon. Also, there was a guy with like a transformer smoking a cigar. We're all involved in a video about a man called Grummz. Have some self-reflection, I guess. Third bit of feedback.
Wait, a transformer smoke? The fuck was I? What the fuck was I saying? Smoking a cigar? Who the fuck are these people? I'm so curious. Who are those people?
Back was that I look like Timu Hassan. Thank you. Fourth, why didn't I take this to a journalist or TMZ? Firstly, I don't think TMZ would want to touch this with a 10-foot pole. And secondly, most games...
Why the fuck would TMZ want to look at this? The Grummz isn't a fucking celebrity. He's like a fucking, niche like, internet troll. Why the fuck would TMZ give any fucks about what Grummz has to say or do about anything? He's developing Dead or Alive 9 Viva Latinas. Oh, that is fucking funny. And Timu Hassan is pretty fun. I mean, it's funny, but like, he doesn't look any... Does MLYP look anything like Hassan? I don't even know, dude.
Journalists are happy to ignore Mark. He was actively trying to get in front of the story anyway. So while I tried to convince the journalist that I don't really have a connection to cover it, Mark would have already had control of his own narrative. So if you are a journalist wanting to do something about this, everything's in the description and you can contact me there as well. And finally, the intro in part 1 was way too long. Yes, so let's get started. Mark Kern is a liar and a fraud.
True.
I want to make it clear there's no insane smoking guns like highly illegal pornography or murder here. This is a deep dive into some more of the financial irregularities from Mark's end. Some legally interesting things he's done around his companies, and also some thoughts and questions about exactly how much of a fraud he is in all aspects of his career. So let's get into it. Grummz had kind of scooped part 1, emphasis on kind of, because he had an awareness that something was happening. He was so smug about it, he went on a live stream with one of the most nightmarish blunt rotations I've seen in recent memory. Part of the reason I dangled a part 2 out there was to see what he'd try and deflect and what he wouldn't want to talk about. Fortunately for me...
Oh, he went on fucking Yellow Flash Guy. This guy is a... By the way, we want to talk about, like, more dipshit, like, slop tube, fucking anti-woke dipshits. Here's a guy that a lot of people could go fucking after. Is Yellow Flash Guy. This guy is a fucking idiot. Same fucking sort of derivative fucking anti-woke dumb fuck nonsense as always. Like, it's just like... boring, stupid, no one likes you, Fortnite L-Dance, fuck you, you suck, kind of a deal. Well, like, whatever, yeah. Yellow Flash Guy, dumbass loser. You should always just make fun of him.
And unfortunately for him, this stream gave me a lot of sound bites to talk about that people aren't going to be aware of because the stream's now locked behind a members-only piece.
You got nothing, and you're going to get 0 views just like you always have for your entire duration of your YouTube campaign. And you know what? You're getting an FBI report next week. I'm sorry.
Wait, how much did the fucking first video get? I'm curious. What do you got for me? What do you got for me, much like you're posting? 126k on the first one? Ooh, 573k views. I don't think this is working out like you guys think it is. He got this, that's a lot of views, dude. Also, imagine defending fucking Grummz, that complete weirdo. Are we doing, like, I've seen this also happen with the Birdman all the time. A lot of these, like, stupid anti-woke dipshits love to do, like, panel fucking discussions where it's, like, there's just the complete same derivative fucking nonsense all the fucking time. Like, and they're just really boring, stupid, annoying, like, just grievance peddlers, like, shit, like, where it's just, like, brother, this guy stinks. And it's just like, it doesn't matter. Like, who the hell cares about, like, what any of these people think or believe when it comes to, like, I don't know, like, media critique or anything. Like, these people don't fundamentally believe in anything, right? Like, so, who the fuck cares, dude? Like the one Saltman did. Yeah, good old Dan Saltine. Our favorite, arch DGGer.
Great. It's 4 hours of what I would charitably call Cocomelon for capital G gamers, and I don't think anyone who isn't brain poisoned should watch it, so let's pull the highlights.
That is funny.
Guess what, guys? I did softcore porn, and I started when I was working on World of Warcraft, and I made a bunch of money.
Indulge me as I start with this one, because this is factually incorrect. We have a backup of every Wayback Machine page archived on foxyfighter.com. There is 100+ archived milk and milking references in this content, along with a death and blood tag. Varied interests there. We have the literature he wrote where his alter ego, Debbie Chan, violently abused a woman with the same nickname as his wife, and we found some video that he commissioned and produced. Well, either produced by him, or he paid to produce. His own posts out him as commissioning fights from a custom porn company called Double Trouble. This was on a site called Heavy R. Heavy R is known for hosting extreme and graphic videos far outside of mainstream, so this is real-world violence, highly graphic material. You will not find this video on a more mainstream site. I'm not saying Mark uploaded it, but it's one of Foxy. There's definitely others, and like...
Wait, he did, like, also crazy graphic? Okay. Crazy graphic fucking pornography as well? Jesus Christ, bro. Okay, Grummz? Great. Fantastic. Cool. We love that. Great.
Likely not even the most extreme video. We also have it on DVD, by the way. It's called Tylene versus Shayla, and the description
Jesus
is,
Christ, bro.
2 women wrestlers are chained together in the ring and have a real busting fight, and loser winds up with her beaten to a bloody pulp. Not softcore.
Oh yeah, this is hardcore shit. What? It's not like what's the fucking hentai category term for this shit? Right? I'm trying to remember. Because that's like that's how like brain poisoned I am. That's probably how Grummz probably thinks of this. Winds up with her pussy beaten to a bloody pulp. Is this like some weird Guro shit? That shit is fucking psychotic, by the way. Like, the fucking categories where, like, women, like, either get, like, killed or, like, dismembered, and, like, people who have, like, sort of erotic, sort of, like, fantasies about those, about shit like that. Those people are fucking psychos, okay? Those guys are fucking weirdos. And it should be stayed away with from, like, with a 10-foot fucking pole. Those guys are psychotic, dude.
This is the part that I feel people took issue with from some aspects. This is not just a guy making Guna material, this is a guy making highly abusive material.
This is why people in the gaming space think if you're looking outside and you're looking into the game space, people think everybody's fucking weird. Because there's gaming and tech writers who have fucking fantasies about the ridiculously awful things that were just said. These people give all gamers, everybody who plays games, everybody who covers tech, everybody on the internet, a bad fucking name.
The fucking irony of that guy fucking saying that shit. Oh my god, that is not gonna be lost on me. Because, I mean, that dude is right. He ain't wrong. Looking at you, Grummz. You're the one who fucking does this shit. That's so fucking funny, bro. God, that is fucking hilarious, man. Holy shit. Like, you know, guys, we love to project. It's so fucking good, dude.
Thank you, friend of the show, Stuttering Craig. He's not a friend of the show. Hey, look, that's Yellow Flash guy, the guy that most of the other clips are on. This is from a completely different, irrelevant beef, but just want to make sure everyone's on the same page here, right? We're all going in the same way. Who am I kidding? Hypocrisy doesn't matter to these freaks. And there are going to be people on both sides of the spectrum, of the political spectrum, being like, so, isn't this sex work? Isn't this kink? This isn't kink or sex work. This is a man who has effectively done financial fraud to fund his porn business on the side. That's my big contention here.
I am the Hugh Hefner of Blizzard. That's what they got 20 years ago.
It was 20 years ago, I'll give him that.
Wait, is that what fucking Grummz sounds like? Jesus Christ. What does he sound like that?
Look, Foxy Fighters was first active in 2001, the same time he was working at Blizzard. It was also 15 years ago when you sold catfights.com to John Femfight. Insane username, by the way, I'm stealing that at some point.
John Femfight! That's a good fucking name. It's like John Warhammer or like a John Halo for women fighting.
2011 as well, Foxy Fighter joined Quora, which you followed on your other Grummz account for some reason. Debbie Chan, you made a Reddit account where you fish in a strip club DJ.
Wait, why would you fucking follow your fucking porn account on your one of your fucking main accounts, Grummz? That is an incredibly fucking stupid thing to do. Well, I mean, we're talking about Grummz here.
Days AMA on Reddit
really
asking
dumb. Whoops.
And saying you'd put stiletto AMA on Reddit asking if when strippers fight a boob's a favorite target and saying you'd put stilettos in nasty places. I don't want to say that one-handed, but this was all around the time you were running Red 5 Studios, a studio where you have a lot of baggage around financial mismanagement, disappearing for weeks at a time, and then coming back and tearing up the work that was done while you weren't there. It was also 10 years ago when you were actively recruiting for filming in 2016 and selling the clips on Clips for sale. And then it was 4 years ago when Ember Production is on a hiatus with no meaningful updates. You try and bring Foxy Fighter back with those stories I mentioned about Debbie Chan violently abusing women. This is after you'd already taken money.
Yeah, that's true, by the way. Like, this is all part of, like, the sort of, like, scams that fucking Grummz has been doing at this point, right? Like, that's, like, the contention that's being said here. Like, it's like, yeah, I don't, like, no one gives a shit about the fact that, you know, you're running these businesses. That's not the problem. It's the fact that you're, like, scamming people out of their fucking money in order to do this shit. That's the contention that's being had here, right? Like, that's the issue. But Grummz doesn't give a shit about that.
Need to crowdfund Ember, by the way. And you, dear listener, to get the point that I'm laying down here, this is a man who has a 20-year pattern of taking money to do one thing, but going off and doing his own weird porn side hustle with the money. That's the contention I have here. That's what I want you to understand. This isn't just kink on the side. This is kink, but using money he's taken from other ventures to fund it. That is fundamentally fraudulent. That's what I'm getting at. That is my contention here. I also have questions about the involvement of his parents, because this actually lines up incredibly well with the tax fraud he's also done.
So Lunar Ride asks in the chat, did Mark pay his mom as CEO of his porn company?
Actually, no, not for CEO of the porn company. She does work, you know, as the accountant, as the financial manager for my current company.
So this is the part that confuses me a little bit. Your mother was the CEO on paper, but not paid. Suspiciously around the time you got that previously mentioned massive lien from the state of California.
He's lying about that, right? Like, he's lying. That's so fucking funny, dude. Jesus Christ. Yeah, his mom wasn't getting paid, I believe, right? After getting like what's the his mom was the one who ran his fucking companies. Let me hear the what was being said here again.
My current company.
So this is the part that confuses me a little bit. Your mother was the CEO on paper, but not paid. Suspiciously around the time you got that previously mentioned massively.
Oh yeah. So he's saying that like that it's a little weird that he's saying this because yeah, it's his mom was the CEO, but his mom wasn't getting paid. So like, which is it like? Because CEO has, they have to get paid, right? So it's kind of like suspicious and weird that he's saying that like she didn't get paid or something. It's like it's an inconsistent story.
Lien from the state of California. She was just doing that out of the goodness of her heart, but also being the accountant, but CEO on paper. I'm just trying to make sure I've got that. And while I'm on the subject of your mom, why did you know off the top of your head that what year and month she was in Playboy magazine?
So, she was hot, man. She was hot.
So is that something that is like cool to explore, or is that something that you'd rather not?
Oh, there's that moron Smash JT. That's funny. Why are you saying that your mom is hot? Dude, is Grummz into incest? Does he think incest is wincest? We getting some new Grummz lore, you know? Incest is wincest? That's funny.
1967, the year before I was born, Christmas edition, and I talked to my mom about this, and she's totally cool with it. If you want to go find that issue and find a section called Women of Asia.
Why are you... What the fuck? That's fucking weird, bro. Dude, that's weird, man. Why are you saying to a bunch of weirdos on the internet that you should go find your mom in Playboy magazine? That's not like the super like cool thing that you think that is. That's just fucking weird, bro.
She's in there, and she would actually appreciate it if you actually talked about that and posted it. She would get.
I do like the Asian women.
If I knew this about my own mother, I would probably be as badly adjusted as Mark is. And while we're on the subject of Playboy bunny mums, this makes the 3D model of the Ember bunny girl with a Playboy bunny outfit so much weirder.
Oh my god, it's an Oedipus complex. Sigmund Freud. Dude, it's always like, it's always weird fucking psychosexual shit with these people every fucking time. Yeah, Freud would have a lot to say about Grummz's fucking behaviors, dude. Like, Jesus Christ, man.
Anyway, moving on, I just want to point out that that's just kind of weird. Let's talk about the Firefall bus. Grummz claimed in this tweet that his bus was cool. His bus was cool and far more useful than the South of Midnight bus, and I'm not here to judge which bus is better. The part that sticks out to me is that he says it saved him millions from an E3 booth. And look, a lot of people are going to hyper-dunk on Grummz for the bus. What you're not understanding is that if there's anything famous for maintaining its value, it's a poorly modified bus filled with computer equipment. Luckily, until this bus was made, we'd never seen what happens when you combine both. This is the real capstone of Mark's time as the CEO at Red 5, the infamous Firefall bus. Look at it, it's perfection. I get the vision, a modified vehicle turned billboard that would travel across the country to host localized competitions for your Firefall esports. Like, definitely a thing that was going to exist. This thing was stuffed full of the latest computer tech and had hydraulics that let it expand so you could fit more people inside. Reportedly, the bill from West Coast Customs was about $3 million, and you say this bad boy saved you money? I found, probably not most like...
$3 million for a fucking bus, bro? That's crazy. Yeah, I don't know why they're complaining about South of Midnight. Like, I don't know. I don't think, like, I'll be honest, I don't think, like, Grummz is doing, like, weird gooner shit here in particular. I don't know. Like, all these, like, dumb fuck anti-woke dipshits are gonna complain about, like, yeah, she's black. I don't like black or something. That's, like, probably the primary thing that they're gonna more like, talk about. Like, or some shit. I don't fucking know. It's stupid either way, right? Like, it's just silly.
Deal source, it's gamesindustry.biz. A 600 square foot booth at E3 around this time cost $10,000 a day. So for a 3-day event, that's $30K. Add in your booth fit out, labor, and incidentals, that shit starts adding up, right? Your own budget for the E3 you skip for the Soka Piper protest at Red 5 was $50K, by the way. So even, fuck it, let's make it $200K a year. Were you planning to bring the same bus to E3 for the next 15 years? Let's include the other events that cost pennies on the dollar compared to E3. It would still probably, I want to ballpark it at about 10 years to make this money back. We're not even including labor costs. Brand ambassadors aren't cheap. I paid for those before. And what about the cost of an inevitable refurb when a neckbeard spills a drink on the keyboard and seat? Maintaining those hydraulics costs a pretty penny, most likely, and we'll need to upgrade the computers every few years as we go through graphics creep. Plus the cost of moving it everywhere. The bus didn't work and had to be towed everywhere. How much towing is that going to cost? I have it on good authority that the air conditioning in the bus failed so quickly in the E3 parking lot that people couldn't even get inside. It overheated the computers. If there's anyone smarter than me that can make
you need good air, right? Obviously, you need good cycling of air if you want to even be able to think about, like, doing this fucking shit, right? Obviously. This bus is, it's just, like, stupid, dude. So I think, like, once for, I think it was my 16th birthday, I did this, like, I had a birthday party, that, obviously. As one does when they hit 16, they have a birthday party. And I think the thing that I did was, there were, like, these game trailer thingies, basically. It was like a literal trailer, and you go in and you just play video games in it. And that's, like, what I did for my 16th birthday. I did that shit. That shit was not, like, as crazy looking as, like, whatever the fuck is going on with this, like, custom fucking bus, okay? Like, it was there for, like, only 2 hours. It was a couple $100 or something. Like, and it was just, like, a trailer that was towed by, like, a truck. And this shit's, like, some fully furbished, like, customized fucking crazy-ass thing that he, like, spent, what, like, $3 million for? And, yeah, like, booths at E3 were not this expensive. Like, you could have just run a booth. Like, I mean, it's cool that you got a cool-looking bus, I guess, but, dude. Maybe he was doing this for the tax write-off. Knowing Grummz, he probably did it for the tax write-off. Let's be honest here. This is all fucking tax write-off bullshit.
Work. Please do so in the comments. Mark always tries to claim that, oh, they're saying there's no demo for my game. There is a demo. I'm going to put footage of it on the screen. Your backers know there's a demo. No one's disputing this, aside from people refusing to give you the benefit of the doubt. And I want...
Isn't it complete shit, basically? Like, it's just complete ass.
To be charitable to Mark, the demo kind of exists. But this is just another woefully mismanaged game for about the third game in a row. Like, come on,
fell through the floor?
You released a updated build for your vertical slice, and I want you to imagine air quotes around vertical slice, because it's not really that has a specific meaning, but you're using it to pull the wool over people's eyes. This was shortly after Goonenomicon Part 1 dropped. Before this, well, this is what the female model looked like, and this is what the male model looked like. You claimed these are bugged.
This is some fucking pre-alpha shit. What the fuck is this, bro? Look at this! It's so ugly! Jesus Christ, man. That's funny, bro.
And this will eventually be fixed. The keyword there is eventually. You've had these models for a length of time that can be measured in years, so I feel like that argument is invalid. What you've actually done is remove the ability for players to leave their mech suits to cover up your shortcomings. Aside from that fix months and months ago, this whole new build, months of work, consisted of adding 2 new models that you made more than half a year ago and took 6 months to texture, replace 1 gun on the mech suit, slam a bunch of Unreal Engine store assets in to replace any white boxes, and turning the skybox purple. The contention is, Grummz is fundamentally incapable of working on the game without an outside source pressuring him into it. Until recently it's been, this will be a big year for Ember. I'm making a tabletop RPG for Ember. I'm working on the novelization for Ember. I've got to retexture this model I promised 4 months ago for Ember. If Mark promises a timeline, you can double it and probably correctly guess the right timeline.
Yeah, it's probably not.
Ember started crowdfunding in 2017. He told people he needed $60,000 in 6 to 8 months, so it would be Kickstarter ready. It is now 2025. We are nearly 8 years later, and it looks like this. This includes a 2-year break where he continued to crowdfund while not working on the game, and he only started up again when people pressured him into it.
Yeah, like, this was also something that was covered in part 1. of like all of the people constantly complaining to Grummz, like saying like, can you, for the love of God, please just work on the fucking game, dude? Like, work on it, do something. Stop just like complaining and bitching on Twitter like a complete fucking dumbass all the time. And he just refuses to work on the fucking game and just will just never, like, he's never gonna do it. Like, the point is that you just want to scam people out of money. That was the whole point of it, right?
Is that not fundamentally criminally fraudulent behavior? I'm not the only person bringing this up. There are other YouTubers and content creators doing so. You can look at what McDizzle is digging up and what Nazmir is putting out. They will have links in the description. It's not just people with microphones and platforms. It's your own backers at this point. To help this along, I'm going to walk people through a detailed look at Ember's production timeline and exactly where you failed to live up to your promises.
Oh boy.
I'm going to start this in May 25th, 2016. Kern goes on the Firefall subreddit telling players to kill the game. Firefall was still alive at this point. It wasn't doing well, but he wanted them to kill the game so he could buy back the IP for cheap. This was the same year Mark had basically self-inserted into the Bring Back WoW Classic petition, and he'd somehow managed to leverage clout off something that he had next to no involvement with, but he spun that into the Make Ember petition. He's a petition hog. So on June 27th, 2016, we get
He does love his
petition
petitions.
to Make Ember. Weird to convince yourself. He says he was using it to see how much demand there was, but it's still weird that you'd like petition hog yourself. On June 30th, 2016, the Foxy Fighter Patreon goes live with peak earnings just below $50 a month at launch with 6 paid members. Sorry, wrong business. Run by your mother. July 6th, 2016, you launch an Indiegogo campaign for Ember, forums, website, and art. That is a nice and respectable $500 goal, raising $3,065. And I think, to be honest, you can make a forum for like $20. And as a forums lover, I respect the fact you made a forum in 2016. They are a dying breed. Props to commissioning an artist. I will give you that.
Good
Time
job,
advances
Grummz.
to August 29th, 2016, a second Indiegogo campaign hits the crowdfunder's wallet with Ember, massive planetary wargame, wage full-scale war against alien kaiju in a massive co-op shooter. This one has a $5,000 goal, eventually raises $23,000.
Soy!
You want to build 3D and design assets, really take Ember to the next level. Your deliverables are pretty respectable, to be honest, like grounded and simple, which is what we want for a small developer. The main goal of this milestone is to create the fully textured 3D model of the Thumper mecha and create an illustrated design vision book that defines the game. One thing that I need to point out is the Thumper is basically a side activity from Firefall. It's a side quest, like a world quest in World of Warcraft. He spent 8 years trying to remake a World of Warcraft world quest as his vertical slice, just to put this into context. You're promising this is going to...
That is fucking hilarious. Bro just can't fucking let go of the fact that, like, bro, I used to work on WoW! Yeah, look at me, I worked on WoW, I'm so, like, hecking cool and epic, I'm so good at being a video game developer. Even though he had, like, no contributions whatsoever in the development of WoW. Like, he was basically like wholeheartedly irrelevant. It's hilarious. Yeah, he's been working on this for like a while, where he like even has gone on hiatus before. And people have been constantly complaining, Boy Meets Mini, about like the fact that he just like all he does is like bitch and complain on Twitter, and it pisses off a lot of fucking backers. Like, it should be, I'll be honest, it's a pretty bad fucking look if there are people complaining on fucking Twitter about the fact that you're just like wholeheartedly like refusing to like work on the fucking game that you said you're gonna work on. It's like that's not a good look, Chief. That's a pretty bad fucking look. Yeah, yeah, you know, his fucking gooning Latina catfight fucking porn business. That too. He's a gooner, folks. He loves to goon. Gooning.
Going to be in a white box test environment, engaging, I guess. And if someone stumps up enough money, they will get the model to make their own 3D printed bust. We're getting there, it'll be playable. I do want to flag a note here where you say, currently each milestone is designed to be funded and delivered in less than 2 months.
Well,
so we're going to skip ahead to milestone 3. The third Indiegogo crowdfunding campaign closes on July 5th, 2017. Not quite the pace we wanted, but it was funded for $114,000 between Indiegogo and PayPal donations. This was off of $20,000 goal, so we're 3 from 3 on overshooting funding goals, which is nice work. Like, Mark's pretty good at raising money, I will give him that. I'm also not going to hold a slight delay here against you yet. Game dev is hard. And Mark, look, he's delivered his first 2 milestones. There's a slight delay to milestone 3 starting. It's nothing major. Unfortunately, this is where things go off the rails. Grummz promises a playable mock-up in 6 months. Kickstarter for the full game a month or 2 after that. Obviously, the $114,000 doesn't go that far, because on July 24th, 2018, you start offering upgrades to Milestone 3 backers as a limited time offer until the Kickstarter later this year. And later this year slips past.
I wonder why he would do that. Immediately start doing offers like that. Makes you think. I wonder why he's just like, oh, I have additional milestones that I'm sort of like putting out early. Now, for like depending on like the Kickstarter program or like a project or whatever, it can be understandable if you like completely smash like your early goals and stuff like that you want to like sort of, I don't know, take it further beyond, I suppose, for like lack of a better term. But like so far there hasn't been like much that has been like delivered at all here by Grummz, like not really. So it makes you immediately suspicious as to like, why are you why are you trying to propose like all this like extra new shit here, buddy? That's a little interesting. What's going on here?
Asked. And the whole year does. Debbie resurfaces on freecatfights.com and asks if there's demand for the return of Foxy Fighter. We love to see a well-rounded man with hobbies. On Jan 28, 2019, we get our first playable mock-up of Ember.
Welcome to another video update for Ember, the Mech vs. Kaiju MMO. The first actual gameplay build of Ember is now available for download. The movement demo features our medium Omniframe running, jetpacking, and gliding. This is a huge update for us, as this is the first time you can pilot the Omniframe. Fans and backers were thrilled with the fast-paced and fluid movement, switching between running and jetting, and dropping glider pads for those
Whoa, soy!
Backers can download this now at my.ember.com, that's spelled E-M-A-E-R, and subscribers now have access to the previous terrain build. For more video, be sure to watch our Twitch channel, which streams every Thursday. The link is in the description. We've released 2 builds in the past month, starting with our tropical-themed terrain build earlier this month and culminating in the movement demo. This is a record for the Ember team and a sign that things are heating up as we get closer to Kickstarter. Expect new builds of the game at...
Even Elite Dangerous looks better. Here, I mean, here's the thing, Boy Meets Mini. The excuse can be like, oh, dude, this is just like a pre-alpha build. Like, what's going on? Like, I mean, like, what's covered in the first Goonernomicon, like... the thing with Grummz is that he is not very good at programming. He is really fucking bad at it. So to say that like this is like, oh, look at how like epic and cool and super awesome like this is looking. It's looking great, Grummz, and stuff like that. It's like, yeah, well, you know, they can make you can sort of like make the counter arguments like, well, it's just like a pre-alpha build. Like, why are you being like so hard on it or whatever the fuck? Like, there's like a lot of bullshit that can be kind of said about this, right? Like, in terms of like looks or like graphical fidelity or whatever, like this it's always like a sort of position / criticism that's always going to be like really tough to sort of sell, because like like who really gives a shit about that, like in terms of like oh man, how like epic and cool a fucking like, I don't know, like whatever the fuck can look like. Ultimately it's always something that like doesn't really matter all that much. But I mean, like, let's be honest here. This is all like we broadly speaking, we know why like this is like it is the way that it is. It's because Grummz does not know how to program. He's not a good programmer. Like, that's not like his thing. That's the problem. And the fact that he's hiding the fact that he's bad at fucking programming as like an excuse to be like, well, actually, I'm just gonna use this as like an opportunity to be like a stupid fucking annoying grifter online instead. That's like the bigger problem, to be honest, right? Like, he's a stupid, annoying, like, dog shit grifter. Very, very dumb, very annoying. And it's just like, brother, this shit's so fucking tiresome. Why do we have to fucking deal with this stuff? Like, that's like the bigger issue here at hand is the fucking scamming, right?
At a much faster pace.
So 3 crowdfunding rounds in, upgrades, and next step is a Kickstarter. Let me just check in on how the Kickstarter went, and, well, we're coming up on $600,000, $700,000, $800,000 in funds raised. It's really opaque there. But there's still no Kickstarter in the year of our Lord 2025. How are your backers taking it? Not great. I want to highlight one particular backer that stuck out to me. His name is Mad Dog. Mad Dog has donated close to $700 to Ember. He has unfortunately lost hope, and he's been losing it for a while, even as far back as 2021. He was concerned, wanting to know when we might get to an open alpha or beta. As of writing, he's at least 75 years old, and he's been strung along for close to a decade over something that's still not to the state you said it would be at the end of
75 years old, dude? He's been stringing along a 75-year-old. That's fucking wild, bro. But yeah, like, this is fucked up, man. Bro has been waiting 10 years for this shit. He's in his fucking twilight years. You're like, oh man, dude, I don't think this is gonna happen at all. This is fucked, dude. I listen, dude. I'm not gonna say I'm not gonna advocate for anything in particular, but man, if the California AG could take a look and see what's like going on with our boy Grummz here, I wouldn't be against it, you know? Jesus, that's fucked up, man.
2018. I'm going to try and put aside the fact we're on wildly different sides of the political spectrum and approach this hopefully objectively. If this timeline and neglect was done by any other game developer of note, Mark would be pissing, shitting, and crying on Twitter that it was a scam.
Yeah, just like you just said, Boy Meets Mini. Yeah, but Ubisoft's a real grifter. Yeah, like, conservatives, they never believe anything. They're all hypocrites. They're all stupid, fucking dumb, annoying liars. And, like, nothing really matters. Like, who cares? You know, we can just say and do whatever. Who gives a shit, you know?
That's not a particularly partisan opinion to hold. If there's nothing that Mark Kern takes away from this video, give Mad Dog his money back and a sincere personal apology that you failed him. You have taken $700 from a 75-year-old man desperately trying to recapture a time when he was happier. And it's fucked. Anyway, back to dunking on a guy I don't like for political reasons. It's now 2025. The promised playable build is, like I said, freshly updated as shortly after my last video. There's been one other tiny update since then. All of your white box assets have been hardly replaced with store assets. Your 2 kaiju models that took you 9 months to skin don't even acknowledge the player is there half the time. The water doesn't work. You can walk right into this. I know this because I played it. You're watching my gameplay footage right now. This is not Kickstarter ready. It is very far away from being Kickstarter.
Now, so what's like the editor note? So editor MLYP note. I cropped this aggressively to hide the username so you couldn't disable until last. You couldn't disable till last patch. That's funny. Editor MLYP note. Notice the incredible amount of progress that hasn't happened. Yeah.
Kickstarter ready. You're promising 13 builds this year in your first chief chat in quite a long time. You're now 6 years overdue, and how many thousands of dollars in subscription fees overdue? You were taking subscriptions this whole time while giving people, removing the ability for people to cancel them, which is actually a crime in California. You're letting people cancel them now, but you were doing crime. You were selling one-off Founders Packs, like the ones you tried to entice people back with a few weeks ago. The subreddit for Ember, who don't like you anymore, thought that was a bit bold. And to be frank, if I saw this as an early access game on Steam, I would be suspicious it was an asset flip. I think every single person financially involved with your venture deserves financial transparency. Speaking of financial transparency.
What is the nonprofit people are asking about in the chat? What is
I have no idea because I've never founded a nonprofit. And this is why I'm filing a report with the FBI.
So firstly,
he's gonna fucking tattle to the feds? Oh, that's so fucking funny, dude. Oh my lord. That's fucking hilarious, bro. Dude, what the fuck are the feds gonna do here, bro? Like, what the shit are they gonna say? Like, oh man, look at this fucking loser who can't even fucking make a fucking game. Yeah, sure, man. No, I hate crying to the mods. I hate when the lefties do that all the time. But I'm just gonna fucking do it immediately every single time. Get the fuck out of here, bro.
I haven't seen Cash Patel yet, so I don't think he filed that report. Also, that's factually incorrect, Mark.
We need an organization, one that speaks for us, one that's willing to defend gamers' rights. That's why I founded League for Gamers. League for Gamers is an independent, non-profit advocacy group for gamers and like-minded developers.
At this point, team, if he's...
Yeah, he did have a non-profit, League for fucking Gamers, and I'm gonna take a quick wild guess. That also is just like a complete grift and is just not going anywhere either, you know? Alright, it's funny. This is funny, bro.
He says something and doesn't have like 3 separate pieces of evidence to back it up. More fool us, I guess. Here is the State of California documentation showing that League for Gamers was founded by you. You might notice it's a not-for-profit. You might not have heard of League for Gamers, and that's okay. On Jan 18, 2012, Red 5 skipped E3 to protest SOPA/Piper. They donated their E3 funds of $50,000 to Mark's new charity called the League for Gamers. 4 days after that, FoxyFighters.com went free-for-all to access, by the way, so he was juggling a few jobs at that point. He was the head of Red 5, running a business as a porn king, his own words, not mine, and head of a not-for-profit. Busy guy. I hope he managed to keep it up and didn't commingle funds or spend time on Foxy Fighters while he was meant to be CEO. I hope there's no track record of him disappearing for weeks at a time. I'm busting his balls. On November 12th, 2012, League for Gamers' first tweet directs readers to join an email campaign at leagueforgamers.org, and on Jan 13th, 2013, League for Gamers posts its first and last weekly update at leagueforgamers.org. Stop asking this man for regular updates, by the way. I think it's here. Mark gets a bit busy. He leaves Red 5. I say leave because others claim he was forced out. He makes a statement calling it his Kobayashi Maru, which implies that he left Red 5 of his own volition. I don't think we'll ever know definitively unless someone else on the board makes a statement, and it's the someone else that needs to make the statement, not him. Another year later brings us to March 7th, 2015. League for Gamers posts its first tweet since weekly update, promising a new website. Blessed with more time, I guess he's a bit less employed than before. We come to August 28th, 2015, and in response to PAX Prime's new dress code, Grummz starts the hashtag PAX Naval Policy to encourage people to post photos of belly buttons. That's a thing he's into. Not judging if that's your thing, I'm just making a note of it because this spins off into the hashtag Navals for Grummz.
Well, wait, what the fuck is that? Oh, Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, here's the fucking lolicon stuff. Nice. Hey Grummz, what's up with this? What's going on? What's this? What's this? What do we got here? We got lolly shit. Well, hey Grummz, why you posting weird pedo shit, bro? What's going on? Where's hey FBI, you want to like go after a fucking guy? I got a guy for you to go after. His name is fucking Mark Kern. It's funny, dude. Funny.
Thing he's into. Not judging if that's your thing, I'm just making a note of it because this spins off into the hashtag Navals for Grummz, where he retweets lolicon content. I'm not bringing this up to pedo jacket the man. In fact, I'm just kind of putting the jacket on a seat beside him, and you can decide if it fits. I'm just making a note of it because this spins off into a section exclusively for this stuff right on the League for Gamers website. For some reason. This is a part I've been stuck on this whole time. He's real public with the lolicon, but real...
Man, that's a lot of lolly.
Private with the sexy lesbian catfights. The human psyche is fascinating, but eventually League for Gamers shuts down.
That's so fucking weird. Why is he so obsessed with lolicon, but he's so, like, the lesbian catfighting stuff is, like, a bigger problem? Like, that's so fucking weird. That is so weird. What the fuck, dude?
Its website is open sourced on April 3rd, 2017, so you too can start your own League for Gamers. My big question about this here, aside from the lolly and gamer content, is the legal status and where that $50K that I mentioned went. The original non-for-profit was dissolved in 2015 by the state of California because documentation wasn't filed in 2013 or 2014. That's a real big pattern there with Mark's businesses, by the way. The man just loves saving trees. However, a second League for Gamers was registered in Delaware about 5 months later by a broker as a for-profit corporation. United States Corporation Agents is an online legal services company who can file these things on your behalf for privacy reasons. The timeline there alone kind of raises that red flag. It's been removed as a not-for-profit in California, but
it's a little
obviously
weird.
Still operating the entity.
Little
and like I
sussy,
mentioned,
little weird.
you did
That's
an interview on December 17th, 2015
Big
with the GG.com confirming your involvement.
Wonder why you did that.
That raises a very pertinent question of where did that $50K go? California nonprofits are required by law to publicly disclose how they spend their money. I can't seem to find those publicly disclosed documents that would tell me what that $50K was spent on. League for Gamers was around for a couple of years, so two as a not-for-profit, but there was no disclosure. Maybe Red 5 didn't send the money and just said they did for clout, which is a red flag of its own, but maybe the money was sent and League for Gamers didn't hold up its end of the bargain. It's pretty weird. And speaking of pretty weird, let's talk about tax in the IRS. I found more tax liens. There's the one I spoke about in part 1 from Jan 28, 2016. For those unaware, our big naval-loving boy is hit with a lien for $260,000 for unpaid taxes for the years 2013 and 2015. He's claimed that no back of money has gone to clear that particular debt, but to be honest, we've established a pattern here where his word isn't worth shit. So I'm going to also bring up another lien where the IRS came in for a piece with a lien of $839,027, according to a case in the California Superior Courts. Firstly, I'm not even mad, I'm impressed. $1 million in Dodge taxes, insanely well done. You were doing well for yourself there with your CEO Golden Parachute. Secondly, can you confirm you've not paid off that lien with backer funds as well? Because that would be something you'd also be shitting and pissing about if the shoe was on the other foot, Mark. We've got credible accusations of you mishandling funds at Red 5. Like, the bus is the pinnacle of that. There's a lot of devs stating you go away for weeks and come back and scrap all their work. That's a huge waste of money on just the salary level. MEK Entertainment, which became Voxel Noughts, made some very public accusations with lawyers involved as well. How can we be assured you're not doing the same with Ember? And it's not even going to be called Ember because you didn't even register that trademark. Someone else released the game with that name. The cost to register a trademark in California.
Oh, dude, yeah, the fucking, like, what was, I think it was Airbagged, who fucking, has some Twitter account, I think, who, made, like, who basically released, had someone release the game called Ember, but it's like a porn game. It's like a fucking... like a gay porn game. It's super funny. Just as like a fuck you to Grummz. Very funny.
Is $70 per classification code, by the way. So you could have secured your game for like what, $300 on every possible venue that you wanted to put it into at some point in the last decade?
Yeah, but
How many loans have you taken out against yourself to pay for the art refresh you started a few years ago? You've been making this game for so long that an art refresh is needed before the Kickstarter demo is done. How fucking insane is that? The art pass is still in progress. He hasn't paid it off yet.
That's fucking
To make
funny,
matters worse,
bro.
he's upgrading to the latest version of Unreal Engine for some reason. Like, that would be a vibe if you were going to take advantage of a major tech upgrade, but you're just doing the same game and hiding the lack of progress by now just showing screenshots on Twitter. Like I said, reading water that doesn't fucking work. I think a bit of an omni-shambles at this point, really. We're through the woods, as it were. I want to cover one of Mark's biggest claims to fame. That's his career at Blizzard. I want to take issue with his claim he invented fishing in World of Warcraft. This is nitpicky, but bear with me. He's claimed quite repeatedly that he invented fishing for his wife.
So the other mini games we got in here were things like fishing, and fishing almost didn't happen. And the reason fishing is in the game at all is because it was a gift to my wife, who loved fishing in Japanese RPGs, and really, really wanted fishing in World of Warcraft. And so I went to one of the designers and programmers on the WoW team. And I said, "Hey, look, do you think we could get fishing in the game? It's just on a side project. Can we prototype something? Because I think fishing would be awesome." And they did. They got together a prototype and they showed me, and it was cool. It was.
Yeah, I don't believe him. The dude like lies and does tax fraud all the fucking time. There's no fucking way his dumbass got fucking fishing implemented in WoW. I don't believe him. I don't believe him. I just don't. I don't believe him.
It was fun. I thought it was, and I was having a great time fishing. And a lot of people just love to sit out there on a pier and fish all day in WoW. And
I've been reading a book called The WoW Diary by John Sartz. John is and was the first 3D level designer on World of Warcraft, so he's been around for a while. Here's his take on fishing in the game. Here's the whole segment. Eric Dodds was the first designer on the team, and he had spent years planning the minimum necessary features and functionality required for the game's crafted equipment. Eric always got the most bang for his buck, and only asked for features or interface elements that could be used in multiple ways. The only outlier in the trade skill system that required special functionality was fishing, but it barely took Sam Lantinga a couple of days to code. So Eric made fishing a click-on-the-bobber minigame requiring human interaction, which would hopefully make it harder for players to automate with hacks.
That's funny.
I'm not seeing a Mark Kern there. In fact,
yeah, I'm not seeing anything about Mark Boy, our Marky Boy here. I don't think so. This is the petty part. That's good. That's good.
when I control F Mark through the document, what I get is Mark Kern was the producer in charge of programming tasks. Not really a designer. That's
it's not design
I have issue with the way
yeah.
he's been positioning himself as the main source of all that's good in classic WoW. This is just a nice example. It's a neat book. I highly recommend it. It is aggressively generous to Mark. John is the only Blizzard employee who's really maintained regular public contact with Mark. So it's like, there's no way you can really claim this as being unfair to him. But I look through it and it's like, yeah, he was in charge of programming. Oh, okay, he hired the right programmers who did the actual work.
Jason Schreier wrote a history of Blizzard book, and he completely erased me from the book because he hates me, because he's a shithead. He's a legacy media shithead. I was the team lead. I saved the project from cancellation. I built the team. I led...
It's something I just take issue with, and I just kind of get annoyed at.
Yeah, he's a middle manager. Complete utter copium. Yeah. He's a middleman. So he's just lying. Yeah, I was the reason why WoW became a thing. I don't think so.
That he's allowed to build this bullshit into clout where he's scamming people for close to $2
He's
million.
definitely mid.
You might notice we're coming to the end here, so I want to talk about where some of this info came from. I saw some people upset I didn't credit some YouTubers for some reason, like McDizzle, Upper Echelon, Nasmia9. McDizzle and I were both aware of this info being pulled. I wasn't operating under the assumption I had to credit him for stuff that I was showing him and he was showing us. I'd recommend checking his stuff out if you're desperate for more Grummz lore. Nasmia9's done some really good work digging into the financials of Mark. His content is worth checking out even if you don't want to look at gamer grift stuff. He does really good content. Speaking of sources, the initial timeline spreadsheet in part 1 came together from about 4 days total, all from publicly available state and federal government sources, places like archive.org and the Wayback Machine, a lot of which we archived ourselves because there was nothing archived. Mark actively deleted most of his Foxy Fighter stuff in a panic. He just kind of let it all sit out there for some reason because, as shown in the timeline, he keeps going back to Debbie-chan like a comfort anime. There's claims from Mark that even possessing his plaintext password is illegal, and I'll be frank, I've never seen the full password dump.
Yeah, which is just very dumb. Like, you don't, like, that's not illegal. That's just like a skill issue on your part. It's like, dude, you should do a better job at fucking securing your shit. Like, skill issue? Like, unironically, like, skill issue.
That Grummz is mad about. I saw a single screenshot that showed that Grummz and Foxy Fighter shared a password. I went to a reverse whois search, checked the Foxy Fighter history, and saw his name there. Also, the Foxy Fighter email address shows up on his $11 background check. Those companies are fucking scary. In the glorious United States of America, the First Amendment protects the publication of truthful information received from a human source, which is the case here. Even if it wasn't, it's lucky there was a case in 2001 called Botnicki v. Vopper. The Supreme Court ruled it doesn't matter if the source was obtained unlawfully, as long as the publisher did not participate in the illegal action and merely received the information from the source. So, people keep threatening to sick Cash Patel on me. That's pretty funny. The man looks like he's just seen a Scooby-Doo ghost. Anyway, when you have credible facts, why are you threatening to go to the cops?
And this is why I'm filing a report with the FBI.
That's
Here is
so
what I think is
funny,
going to happen.
bro.
Mark is going to find one piece of this video he can prove I got wrong. He'll claim the $50K for League for Gamers was not donated in cash, but in labor. All public League of Gamers activities seem to have come from Red 5 employees. So, would that not then make him a liar, saying he's donated money multiple times? Anyway, it'll be something like that. One piece of the video is wrong, therefore all of it is wrong. I do want to clarify that this has been presenting public information as best we can.
That's like that is the thing that conservatives do all the fucking time, by the way. Yeah, you got a tiny detail wrong here, therefore everything you're saying is incorrect and wrong. You had like one tiny little thing wrong. Yeah. And they do like the stupid, like idiotic nitpicking shit. It's so fucking annoying and dumb. It's just like, dude, who the fuck cares, bro? Like, what the fuck do you mean? You're just fucking mad that your fucking dumbass loser, fucking idiot, dumb friend is just getting fucking caught being a fucking weirdo fucking creep and allegedly, seemingly a fucking a pedophile. Yeah, Listen, I'll fucking say it. Like lolicons, pedos, like this, but it's funny. Yeah, like, what the fuck is Cash Patel going to do? Like, what is his fucking goofy looking head ass gonna fucking do? He ain't gonna do shit. Cause why would he? This is quite literally protected on the First Amendment. So much for conservatives caring about the First Amendment. I thought they cared about that stuff. What happened?
Both parts of this video have both been about presenting public information. That itself isn't wrong. This speculation is all done in earnest. I'm not just making stuff up. Any gaps in accuracy are due to him actually purging information from the internet before it could be validated. So, from there, he will attack the messenger. He called us an SJW of the left. He's going to reverse the victim and offender here, right? He's the victim. The wokies are attacking him. They're not after me. They're after you. I'm just in the way. I am genuinely, unflinchingly happy to be proven wrong about these points. As it stands, there are genuine, honest concerns that Mark is committing fraud. He is a chronic and habitual liar who will do anything under the sun to whip people into a frenzy so they stay angry and they keep liking and subscribing to him and giving him money. I think anyone who...
And that is pretty much the 1000% biggest fucking meme right there. This is the standard idiot dumb fuck anti-SJW fucking grift playbook. This is exactly how they all fucking operate without fucking fail. It's been pretty much the same fucking idiotic shit since fucking Gamergate. Like, no fucking difference. Every single time this has happened, they always retreat back further into their own bubbles and stuff in order to try to, like, circle the wagons around themselves in order to protect their own interests. They're all charlatans. They are all liars. Do not believe any of the fucking bullshit that comes out of these fucking people's mouths. They're just liars. And Mark is just mad that he got fucking caught. Bro got caught, so now he's going to be incredibly fucking defensive. This is the same fucking playbook.
Crowdfunded money for close to a decade deserves this level of scrutiny. Now, to his credit, Mark says the culture war is winding down, and I'm going to make him a deal. I have a list. I'm blatantly taking this one from Nasmin9. Grummz has refused to answer quite a few questions. Do you deny the allegations you misappropriated funds for voxel noughts, funneling it to your family and friends? With that accusation on you, do you see the highly suspect nature of a tax lien of $265,000 levied against you in January 2016, and your first crowdfunding, with intentions of many more, being June 2016? Can you prove that you did not spend your backers' money on the tax lien or any other past debt? Your word is not enough on this. Let's add the federal tax lien to that one, milli plus. Why did you go radio silent on backers for 2 years, only coming back when they were about to pull their subscriptions with the reasoning your family was sick? Why did you not update the backers about this from the very start? Why does it take you a year to release one update from the demo, the contents of which is what any other solo indie dev can achieve in a fraction of the time? And I'm going to add one onto the end. Can you address the allegations about misappropriation of funds as the head of League for Gamers? Because as it stands, I'm seeing, a few crimes done there. Answer those, log off and release your game. I know it's hard. You had a no 0 days channel in the Discord that rapidly turned into mostly 0 days. You've tried to move the entire community back to x.com, only back to Discord. You took 2 years past the due date to even get it to a playable state. In 5 years, it's barely improved. To top it off, you took the forums down 6 months ago. More than 6 months ago? You promised they'd be back up soon.
Not the forums.
We're still not ready for a Kickstarter. You're going so far as to build consent for not running a Kickstarter in your most recent chief chat that I listened to. There are a few things that piss me off more. As a capital G gamer, I have been playing video games my whole life. Then someone scamming people in a crowdfunded game. If Mark wasn't squeaky clean, this video wouldn't exist, and I'd just be on Twitter or Blue Sky calling him a sad lolicon pervert and ignoring him.
That's true.
Many people would be too.
But he's a
those
scammer,
listening, if you're wanting to just
so
move on from all
it's
this, I don't blame
actually
you. I'm going to after this. People in Mark's position pay their bills from this attention. They want cheap YouTube views, and they want the X.com blue checkmark dollars. It comes from you.
Yeah, exactly. This is where like much like you're posting here is 1000% on the fucking money. It's all about just making fucking lazy views and fucking content. That's the fucking point of all of this. None of these people have any standards or give much of a shit at all about any of this stuff. That has never fucking mattered for any of these motherfuckers. They never will care about like any of the sort of like I don't know, consequences of their actions and their beliefs. It's all about making easy fucking content for these motherfuckers, because to be a fucking right-wing grifter, it's the easiest shit on the fucking planet. Believe in fucking nothing and just say what the people want to hear. That's it. It's so easy, dude. And it's boring, it's pathetic, it's stupid. It's just like, ugh, God, why? And it's tiring. It really is just incredibly tiring having to listen to these motherfuckers whine and complain all the fucking time about the same just incessant dreck and nonsense. It's tiring, it's annoying, and it's just like, ugh. God, I hate these people.
You being angry and then keeping you angry. I'm not telling people to not criticize games. Far from it. Assassin's Creed Shadows fucking sucked. Not because it nebulously woke. It sucked because it was just the same Ubisoft bullshit for the 4th game in a row. I and many others would respect your opinions more if you complained about how games cost $20 more than they used to for slightly shinier graphics. That if you complain that they take a year and a half longer than they used to and ended up with 3 times the bugs. If you complain that AAA studios are just reheating the same stuff with endless remakes, how many versions of Skyrim are there now? But the time between I made part 1.
And I disagree. Shadows is pretty good for an AC game. I mean, if we're gonna do like the whole comparison bit and stuff like that, like in terms of like modern Assassin's Creed games, I guess you could make that fucking argument. I haven't played the game personally. I've heard like other people talk about how they don't like the game. You know, people can think it's good for like whatever reason. I don't really give a shit about that. But from what I understand, like, because I just don't really like modern Assassin's Creed games, which is why I'm probably not going to play AC Shadows. The main criticisms I hear is that it's a lot of the same sort of like repetitive fetch questy sort of stuff. And a lot of people are sick of like super repetitive fetch questy shit, because it's like sort of a sign as like, this is just very like lazy game development. And that is a criticism that I can agree with, because it's just like, yeah, dude, just do the same repetitive shit also. Yes, yeah, I agree. I played AC Odyssey, and that is the problem that I had with AC Odyssey. I 100%ed that game. Do you want to know how long it took for me to 100% AC Shadows? Or not Shadows, Odyssey. 300 hours. And I 100%ed that thing. I collected literally everything. All of the... I might have, like, missed one chest. Okay, I missed one fucking chest. I did every single quest. I did every single side quest, the main quest, all of the DLC as well. I did all of the DLC. My character was maxed out. I maxed out the ship. I did everything. It took me about 300 hours to fucking 100% it. Because it's just too open, dude. There's just way too much fucking shit. That's the fucking problem with it. And it's just the same fucking repetitive dreck over and over and over again. And that's the general problem that a lot of people, I would say, had with, like, modern AC games.
One of this video, and now they've made a woke Oblivion remake. I think a bunch of people, some of you watching them right now,
Not
have
Oblivion.
let yourselves be negatively polarized in your own hug
So
boxes,
woke.
so you don't actually enjoy video games anymore, and you have to wait for permission from your favorite blorbo rage-baiting YouTuber to play it. Like, is Marvel Rivals woke? These people cry as they transvesticate Emma Frost. Like, it must be fucking torture to be this eternally...
Please, wait, is that real? No fucking shot. Are they? I have to see this. I'm looking this up on Twitter. I have to. I need to know. I have to know. I have to know, dude. Emma Frost trans. I have to know. I have to know. Please, like, is this true? There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way, dude. I'm not seeing anything. People are saying, what? She's a trans... There's, like, one person who said, yeah, she's a trans lesbian. I mean, you can have, like, whatever interpretations of a character that you have or whatever, but, like, that's, like, completely different. In conclusion, Emma is trans. Okay. I'm just seeing a lot of people saying that she is trans. That's really about it. I'm not seeing any transvestigations. I feel like there's... I mean... I feel like there probably is people who are doing it. I wouldn't be surprised if this was the case. I'm not seeing anything on, like, Twitter. There's definitely some fucking freakazoid out there that's doing it. Let me see on, like, YouTube. I have to... I'm invested in this. I have to see if this is actually true. Emma Frost trans. Fuck. White Queen hypnosis. I'm seeing, like, ASMR stuff. I'm not seeing anything in particular. I would not be surprised if this was the fucking case. I'm gonna be quite fucking honest. Like, more than, like, there is probably someone out there who is saying, like, oh, Emma Frost is trans or whatever, and it's bad and it's woke or whatever. I wouldn't be surprised if this was the fucking case, but, like, I'm not seeing anything. I'm not seeing anything on, like, YouTube. Although, I'll be honest, I would not be surprised if there was some stupid fucking annoying rage baiter that was fucking doing this. Maybe they're thinking of not Emma Frost, but, there's a, I think, and from what I'm seeing in the fucking research, there's someone named Emma Rose. She is trans. I think she's an OnlyFans model, I think. She's either an OnlyFans model or she does porn. I'm not sure, though. That's, like, the only thing I'm seeing, is someone named Emma Rose. The fuck is Emma Rose? Movies. Yeah, professional porn star. Yeah, she's a porn star. Movies. TS Wife Swap 4. TS Girls on Top Volume 7. Is it are they thinking of Emma Rose? I have no fucking idea, dude. I mean, we all know about the sort of, like, plight of the stupid, annoying rage baiters. They do this shit all the fucking time, and it's really dumb and annoying. But so far, this might be the only L for much like you're posting. It's not seeing anything about fucking trans Emma Frost. Not seeing anything. No, I'm not seeing it. So, one L. Just one L there for much like you're posting. It sucks. Everyone always gets an L. It happens to the best of us sometimes, but I'm not seeing anything. Am I doubting the claim? No. Not at all. I would not be surprised if this actually totally existed. Like, it's not beneath, like, these complete charlatans to talk about something like that. Like, rage baiters will talk about literally anything in order to get, like, views, clicks, clout. They don't care. They have no scruples. But in terms of, like, trans-investigating Emma Frost, I'm not seeing anything. I don't know. They're just jealous of the, I don't know, Snow Bunny mind control of the white woman hypnosis or something. So, I don't know.
Miserable with every game release, getting that angry all the time over a woman with a side shave and a slightly too angular jaw. And it's that part there. Like, please do your own research about some of these topics, come to your own conclusions. Don't let people whose entire incomes and popularity come off the controversy they're telling you how to feel and act. I guarantee your life will be much happier if you approach things a bit more constructively, instead of letting a man who has not released a commercially successful game in 20 years telling you what to be mad about.
That's
Find
a good
a cool
point.
indie game with a unique premise. Try it, and if it's good, tell the dev they're doing a good job. You have statistically 25 games in your Steam library from those Humble Bundles 5 years ago. Go play those. Just try and enjoy something for once. Try and actually get genuine enjoyment instead of looking at a trailer and going, it must be woke. There's a lightly brown woman in there.
Real.
Buddy, I'm playing shit on itch.io you've never heard of, and I'm having a great fucking time. It rules. The alternative is, because a bunch of you are typing in the comments angrily right now, don't do that. I'm not your dad, you don't owe me anything, and you don't need to take advice from a woke leftist soy boy. You are welcome to ignore me entirely. It's up to you, dog. The important part here is that you make your own decision.
Yeah, but I won't make fun of you. I'll make fun of them. I'll call them stupid fucking losers and troglodytes. I will make fun, but, I mean, that's a different story.
And come to your conclusions. I won't be making another video about this dude unless he does something horrendously fucking stupid. He fucking sucks. Stay subscribed to him if you want. I'm going to be making cool videos about other parts of the internet. I'm almost done with a complete history of 4chan and its ancestors going back to 1995, and some of the episodes from my podcast I'm going to do into like proper YouTube video stuff. So, namaste. Have a nice day. Justice for Mad Dog.
This is my struggle.
I agree. Justice for Mad Dog, the 75-year-old man who should get his money back because he got fucking scammed by this complete utter tax fraud charlatan cheat. Well, damn, that's pretty crazy. Trying to think, like, I guess sort of like in conclusion, like just a sort of like further going into depth of like a lot of Mark Kern's sort of crimes. I think it's accurate to just call these. I don't think that's I don't think I'm being hyperbolic when I say that these are crimes. Let's be quite honest here. I don't think that's a ridiculous assertion. That Mark Kern has definitely done some wacky stuff in terms of, taxes, in terms of his, like, strange fetishes and porn addiction, that seemingly with, like, Latina catfights that he wants to keep private for some reason, but he's more out and about with the liking of lolicon. Yeah, it's a little sus there, Grummz. A little sus, but, mostly, like, the biggest problem here, the biggest thing that's worth going after and pointing out is all the tax fraud stuff, obviously. That is the sort of, like, main point of this video about, like, dude, like, you're just a fraud. You are a fraud, and maybe, just maybe, someone might need to have a look into, like, what you're doing further, and to be like, I don't know. It seems like there's a bunch of sussy stuff that's going on here, Grummz. Like, I don't know, buddy. Like, something's up, something's weird's going on. But yeah, I don't know. Like, what else can we really say? Grummz is a fucking weirdo. He's a tax fraud. He's a cheat. He's a liar. He stole like the money of like a 65-year-old man, strung him along for the past 10 years. He's just a fucked up weirdo. I think that's really the ultimate conclusion that we can reach to here. He's just a really fucked up, weird, old man who's got like a wife and kids. Listen, dude, if Grummz can do it, so can you, dude. So can you. Just a fucking really, really weird 60-year-old man. And that's all really you can say about that, yeah. You know, it would be really funny if he did call the FBI on much like you're posting, and then they just do basically nothing, because what he is doing is protected by the First Amendment, so sure, man. Call the FBI, see if anything fucking happens. But yeah, Grummz, you're a fucking weirdo. You should probably just log off. Work on your fucking game. You know, deliver something for all your backers instead of just like, I don't know, just scamming them out of like hundreds of fucking thousands of dollars, dude. So, as far as I'm concerned, you know, maybe you should just nut up, get good, and stop being such a weirdo, pervy little bitch. Yep, I think that's really about it. Nice. Cool and good and fantastic and excellent and great and good and fucking awesome. Awesome. All right. Who the hell are we rating out to? What the glurm? Oh, dude, Balatro has a Pokemon mod. I need to install that and play some Balatro. The good old original 151. Makes sense, there's 150 Jokers, right? Makes perfect sense if they go with the original 151. Blah, 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 blah. Why don't we raid out? Not open Discord like a dumbass. Let's raid out to Jason's Society. Why not? Let's raid out. That is definitely not how you spell that word. I'm really good at spelling. Alright, gamers. Raid messages, you know what to do, you know what to say. Transfer out of the Daho raid, but if you are a sub, if you're an odd sub, we do the wowie. That's how we show appreciation. Those are into any case. Gamers, I will be back tomorrow. And I don't know, we'll be continuing with our, I guess, escapades in building this fucking Factorio base that... It's almost ready. I'm just waiting for these productivity researches to be done, and those always take a while to research because you need a lot of science packs in order to research them, so it takes a long time. I don't have like a great, like excellent high science per minute setup, but whatever. So we're gonna raid out to Jason's Society. We're gonna fucking keep working on the base, putting it together. We're gonna get the fluids all checked out and all a bunch of other shit. Anywho, I will be back tomorrow, and we will be continuing our sort of just standard gaps and shit, and seeing what's going on with the news and stuff like that. Anywho, I'll be back same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.
Commit another crime. I don't think